It's a Wednesday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
28 degrees right now, but it's going to be another one of those wacky weather days.
It's going to be a nice afternoon, buddy.
It is. High of 51, so we'll have 25-degree swing.
And sun.
Yeah, sun.
Give me some sun.
Sun. Try that in a small town. So get outside, enjoy it. And again, even tomorrow, a little bit of rain, but the weather's going to be nice temperature at least. Friday, the same. It just sucks. I hate this time of year.
The roller coaster?
Well, yeah, man. Like, I wake up. It's freezing outside.
Yeah.
I got to put on my coat, and then I'm going to be sweating. I don't like carrying a coat. I feel like it makes you look like a bitch.
Well, carrying your coat reminds me of going to the bus.
Yeah.
When school lets out. Because your mom made you wear the coat to school because it was cold at the bus stop. But now it's like, screw you, Mom. I got to lug around this freaking puffy coat all day.
And, here's the thing. We used to be able to, Kimmy, tie our puffy coats around our waist.
Well, we could. We shouldn't have done
that was fine as a
wasn't
child.
a great look.
It never it constantly comes undone and falls down.
Well, it's because you were such a skinny bitch. I had plenty of room to hold up my puffy coat tied around my waist. But now as a grown man, I don't want to carry my coat.
Yeah, you can't do the tie around.
Well, that's why I just drape it over my shoulders when I walk.
Oh, really? You going to play squash later in 1983? So let's start the show today with one of the worst takes that Tommy has about the airport.
Okay.
Because there's lots of things to make fun of the Greater Rochester Frederick Douglass International Airport and auto parts dealership.
And fancy awning.
There you go. Yes, the light up awning, all these things. But this is not one of them because your wife was out of town.
Yeah.
For her annual I need to remember why I married this man and get me out of here trip. And she flew in last night.
Late, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
So I had to go out to the airport to pick up my wife. So, which means I had to go wait at the cell phone lot, which is basically a side parking lot. You could just sit and wait. So you're not parked out front.
Are you explaining the cell phone lot?
Well, in case somebody's ever seen it.
Who's ever seen
Why?
a cell
Okay,
phone
but
lot?
to his point, why do they call it the cell phone lot? Just call it the waiting line.
Because you're on
Right.
your cell phone waiting for the call.
They're gonna
Yeah,
they're
but
gonna
it- but I-
summon you when they're ready for you to come get them. So last night it's 9 o'clock.
Yes.
I'm in my car at the cell phone lot with the dog, and you can't be a bigger loser on a Tuesday night at 9 o'clock than sitting at a cell phone lot waiting to pick
I
somebody
would
up.
argue much more inconvenient on a Friday, Saturday night.
Whatever.
I mean,
You're
what are
a
you
loser.
doing at
Whatever time you step onto that area, you are a loser.
I believe you called it the loser lot.
It is
in
the
past.
loser lot.
So you believe...
Oh, I know. Ain't not believe. I looked around, man.
You believe that anyone that spends any time in an airport cell phone lot is a loser?
No, the biggest loser.
So that makes you the biggest
Yes.
loser.
Well, think about it. You didn't get to go on the trip.
Yeah.
You have plenty of time to come pick my ass up. Matter of fact, you can wait around till I summon you. Well, I'll let you know when I get off the plane, gather my belongings, and then you can drive up and retrieve me and take me to my house. It's the most demeaning task. And then you get to hear about the fabulous time they had the whole way home.
Yeah.
What'd you do? Oh, I finally got underneath that bed and cleaned her up good, and scrubbed the tile.
It's weird, though, because you're dressed like a driver today. you look like you've been waiting in the cell phone lot.
And I'm looking at the other people. I go, man, look at us, man. Look at all of us. All the stupid ass expressions on our face.
Isn't there something exciting about being at the airport, even if you're not going
No.
anywhere?
What are you, 7?
I don't know. I always like if somebody.
Oh, here comes the fly.
I'm not going
I
anywhere.
get excited about going to the airport.
I
Even
am
just
too,
to pick
if I'm-
somebody up.
If I'm going to
know.
Florida.
Okay. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I've known you a long time, and you're my boy. But here's what I have never understood about you.
What's that?
Now, your take is you're a loser in the lot. It's a loser lot because you have nothing better to do. You didn't get to go on the trip. Fine.
It's the most subservient thing I can think of outside of your house.
Is it possible? Is it possible that the majority, if not all of those people, were picking up the person from the airport because they care about them. Not
they
because
live with them.
Nothing better to do, but because they cleared that time to go pick up this person they care about.
They didn't look like
it.
They didn't look like thrilled.
Oh, really?
Like when the plane landed, we all weren't like clapping like harbor seals in a SeaWorld show. Oh my God, they're home, they're home, they're home.
Okay. Oh, so you don't care about your wife?
I do, but she was only gone 3 days, man. It wasn't like she was shipping off to war.
What are you doing? So you weren't excited to see your wife?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, look at you. Look at you. Paints himself into a corner, and here comes another
9
trip.
o'clock at night, man.
Bro.
Just get in the car.
Bro, and here's the funniest part.
What?
Here's the funniest part. What you're describing now about the other people in the lot may not be true.
Oh, no. I looked at him.
Oh, did you?
Don't do that. You're going to look like a creep.
No, we were all looking at each other because we all knew what we were doing. You ever see, like, in a prison when a guy sticks his head out the cell and he looks at the other guy in the other cell and he goes, how do I look, man? He goes, do I look all right? How you doing, man? No, you look good. How do I look? Like, we all knew what we were doing.
What you are describing in other people, like, I love how now you're trying to bring yourself into it, because you had this take when you weren't in the cell phone lot. You call them all losers. You made it sound like you were better. Now, hey, guys, I'm just like one of you. Check me out. I'm just like you. What you're describing is yourself. Like, we know that you have nothing better to do any night of the week than go sit in a cell phone lot.
But I don't want to be reminded of it. I don't want a designated area.
Okay. What other option is there?
The couch, Netflix. Sleep.
All right. So why didn't you tell your wife
drink?
Why didn't you tell your wife to Uber home?
No.
Oh, what?
Can't do that.
Oh, why not? You can do what you want. You're a cool man who's got a drink and a couch and Netflix, man. I'm not a loser. Check me out. You're a loser. Okay, I'll be right there.
You also know it would have looked so bad if another family member of hers had to pick her up.
Oh, of course. Yeah, you can't do that.
So no, you.
I am a cell phone lot little bitch.
Okay. I just don't get how you can't understand in all of the years you've been on this earth that some people care about others enough where they are not.
I went.
I also love
you
how...
didn't want to.
Nobody wants to pick somebody up at the airport at 9 o'clock at night.
When my wife is flying home, I get excited when I go to the airport to see her because it's been so long.
You can't even sell it.
What are you talking about? I'm
like your voice even changes.
I get so excited to see my wife.
I also love how we're trying to tell you, no, you're not a bitch. And you're like, no, I'm a bitch. I'm a
telling
cell phone
you,
lot
man.
bitch.
Well, you know what you could do to make it less pathetic?
What?
Well, see, I'm not a cell phone lot person only because I can't sit still for that long, right? So I will park my car and I'll pay the $3 and I'll wait in the...
Wait, so you wait in the garage or lot?
No, I'll walk into the airport. I'll park in the garage.
But then you got to get back. That's like more work.
Yeah.
Well, I want to be able to like hug my wife and kids.
Yeah, but then they have to walk
for God's sakes. What are they coming back from Desert Storm?
I'm like, okay,
I feel like that's more inconvenient for them.
She's going down her camo bag and running to you in combat boots.
Of all the words you could have picked
No,
over
but
the
I
last
mean,
50
Jesus
years.
Christ, man. 3 days in Chicago, I can wait in a cell phone line.
I would also think it's more convenient for the person coming home because they can just pop their stuff in the car and go. They don't have to walk through
pull up out.
It's what we've always done.
Oh.
So you go to short-term parking.
I will park the car. It costs like $3.
And then you go into the
and I will wait for my wife.
And then you walk
kids.
all. What you do that in the wintertime?
Yeah. That's
the most insane.
That's
more work.
I want to hold my children.
You can hold them in the car.
No,
you can hold them as you're putting your luggage in the car.
No, because then the moment's gone. Like, it's the moment of them coming out.
Like, you don't even get to... Like, I can remember back in the day when you could go right up to the gate and people were coming off the plane.
Now, here comes TWA Tommy.
But now you're like 7 acres away from them.
Yeah.
Like, you could see them coming for 10 minutes.
So, like if my wife... So, my wife...
I see you too.
If my wife checks a bag, which she normally does, like they'll go on a trip for like once a year, they'll go on like a week-long trip somewhere, like to go see her family where I can't go.
So they got to get their luggage.
Yeah. So like there's that time, that like 10 minutes between when they're standing there and when their baggage comes, that I get to spend time with my family that I haven't seen.
All right.
You could just park the car and...
No, I'm not paying $3.
I'm not paying $3.
My wife will be pissed off that I paid the $3. She wouldn't pay $5 to go to Park Cat Fest.
Look at these losers sitting in the lot. I'm not paying $3.
Well,
$3.
It's a cheaper option.
Did she check bags?
No.
Okay.
It's a short trip, so it's just over.
Short trip. I'm going to pay $3. 252 WCMF. Tommy has serious issues with people that have to pick up their friends and family member from the airport, even though he had to do that last night. Can we also talk about something else that makes you a giant loser? Like, you're making fun of all these people. Were you the only person in the lot with a dog in the car?
No, I bet you weren't.
I didn't look that closely, but I'm sure I wasn't.
Because I remember the last time I got picked up from the airport, I noticed everybody picking their families up with dogs in the car.
Okay. So you're going to make fun of me for parking my car to see my family right when they get off the plane.
Yeah.
Well, you brought a dog that knows the inside of the house, the vet, and...
Going on a trip. Get a little fresh air.
Oh, no, I understand that you, like dogs, can get excited to go to the airport.
The dog gets excited as soon as she sees her, starts freaking out.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. Like, she would the same reaction if she would have walked through the door?
No.
How can you sit here and be like, you're an idiot. Gotta put the dog in the car.
Gotta take a little trip.
You want to come with Daddy for a little car ride? Keep me company in
She
the cell
enjoys
phone
it.
line? Would you bring peanut butter with you, too, you freak? Such a loser. How dare you criticize anybody else in the world?
She sits on my lap while I drive.
And his wife actually is excited to get picked up.
Yes. She was so excited that I had the dog in the car.
Yeah. It's a win-win.
It works.
No, it's great. No, you loser. By the way, also very dangerous to have the dog on the lap in the car.
Oh, shut up. What are you going to call the dog cops?
You mean the cops?
Oh.
Is it illegal to have your dog on your lap?
Not.
I think it might be.
Well, I drove right past the sheriff and he waved at me.
Oh, the sheriff waved at you.
Yeah.
You just made that up.
He gave me the thumbs up on the dog. Hey, loser boy.
Dog's okay. Kimmy, can you Google if it's illegal for your dog to ride on your lap in New York State?
It's a little dog. She's
I don't know if there's any
pounds.
That
dog
makes it more
car
dangerous.
laws.
No, I think there
Wait,
are.
why would a little dog be more dangerous than a Saint Bernard on my lap while I'm driving?
Well,
be like having Spizzato on my lap trying to drive a car. And I'm not doing that again.
Again, it's not about you. It's about the dog. The Saint Bernard is less likely to fly through the windshield as the little dog is.
Oh, being an accident?
Yeah.
We're all doomed.
Distracted driving laws in New York do not prohibit holding your dog or cat on your lap while you drive.
Okay.
So I was safe.
Okay. How can I not hold my cell phone to my ear and talk? But it's okay to have a living, breathing thing that'll be licking my
I'll tell
face.
you
Why?
Dogs have a good lobby.
Yeah, the dog
They
lobby.
do. Yeah. Obviously.
You have no leg to stand on. Although what you
had
brought
4
last night
legs
had
to
4. And look, man, sometimes you do things for people.
Of course you do. It's just the most demeaning of all.
Okay, all right.
To me.
I don't see it as demeaning. I see it as like fulfilling a role that you're there to have.
That's what demeaning is.
my
You
God,
fulfill
man.
roles.
Why are you married?
9 o'clock, fulfill your role. I love being married.
I can tell you.
I've
love
done
being
it 3
married.
times, obviously. I keep coming back for more.
Like, I'm happy to go pick up my wife and kids from the airport. I'm really happy to go drop them off at the airport. Kimmy, you're not upset you have to go pick up your husband from the airport?
No.
But it's like 9 o'clock. It's cold out.
I don't care.
I'm comfortable.
It's you're excited to see them. No.
Wait a minute. Oh, can I back up a second? Kimmy, you say you get excited to go to the airport for any reason.
I don't know why.
But you don't go in the airport. You're excited to just sit in the parking lot of the airport?
Yeah.
It's that's almost like a fetish.
No, it's not a fetish.
You're sexually attracted
It's
to
almost
planes?
They're like a plane voyeur.
No, it's just you just I don't know.
Look at the wings on that one.
Something about the airport. Very fun.
I'm a plane watcher.
Watcher, here comes one flying by now.
Mama. You know, it's funny you bring up the plane voyeur thing.
Yeah.
So, I grew up off of Fisher Road and Gates.
Yeah.
So that
you lived by the airport.
No, literally, the flight path for the planes was right over my house, which is why I think my IQ is what it is. And you can Google that. It's a legitimate
Let's blame Eastern Airlines.
There's a legitimate study that says kids who live in flight paths have lower IQs. Yes, much dumber. Sorry, America.
All right.
But at the end of Fisher Road, it backs right up to the airport, like where the landing
You can see
strips
where
are.
they're turning around.
Well, no, it's where they take off. So, right at the end of the
damn.
street is where they start to take air. And there's a dirt parking lot where lunchtime, any time of the day, there will be minimum 4 cars.
There's guys that just go watch planes take off.
And some guys will get out of their car in the summertime and put out like folding chairs.
Yeah, it's the weirdest thing to watch.
Where did
I don't get it. I don't get it.
It's the same. Is it the same group that watches trains, or are those 2 separate groups?
I think they're 2 different cats.
Okay.
Yeah, because you wouldn't have time to watch trains and planes, and forget about automobiles. And it's funny, too, because, like, literally 100 yards from where you can sit and watch.
But yeah, you kind of get a glimpse of both.
Yeah, if you put your chair ever so slightly sideways, you could look to the left and see the trains, look to the right and see the airplanes.
Which proves men will watch any type of mechanical thing.
If you built like a train to plane bridge and charged money to go set up a chair on it.
Question, why would a plane need a bridge?
No, I'm saying like so you could watch both.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Like if there was like a, aerial view of both and charged
that would sell out.
Yep. It could also be the site of the worst transportation disaster in the history of the world. The plane hit the train that then derailed.
It took out the bridge.
All right, we got a dynamite. You're all a bunch of losers. Got a break room for you this morning here on CMF. It's Wednesday. You know what that means?
Oh, we've way already started hating.
You brought the hate this morning. This started with a silly story. We talked about how Dawson Knox, Bill's tight end, is bringing back his kids camp to Nazareth before training camp this summer. And when we brought that up, we talked about how Kimmy's friend last year, despite not having kids, tried to borrow a kid from her friend so she could go catch a glimpse of Dawson Knox, who she's in love with. And that led into a conversation about women between 30 and 50 out in Pittsburgh dressing to the nines to try and get themselves a piece of a 20-year-old millionaire.
Hot mama camp.
Why that angered anybody... Well, I mean, how that could anger anybody is confusing, but it did. It angered a man.
A man? I can see a woman getting pissed. No. I don't get why a guy would be pissed.
Well, what we were talking about wasn't funny because it's actually affecting the fabric of the American family now, Tommy.
Oh.
And here's the thing. Every once in a while, we'll get a letter that we read that is angry with us, and we'll go, Tommy's going to agree with this letter. And I think this might be one of those letters.
I'm going to like this guy's take?
I think you might. You're going to come in and be like, oh, this guy's dumb. You're making a couple of good points. He's not so much a cell phone lot loser, this one. We'll get into that just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tom, if you're looking for a part-time job this summer, perfect situation.
What we got?
Well, it involves working outside, it sounds like, being active.
Okay.
And you get to work with some of the most fun people around.
So is this for a younger person?
Well, so that's what I thought. But the qualifications that you need in this story, maybe Kimmy leads us to... They're looking for adults to do this now because when we were kids, this was all teenagers.
Oh.
But now adults are doing this.
And it would be one of these jobs where the days you have would either be the most fun you could possibly have
or
the worst you could possibly have, and there would be no in between.
Bam.
And we'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. If you're looking for a part-time gig, this might be one of the best you can find.
Sounds like a great idea.
Well, look, you get to work outside. You get paid to do it. It's an active kind of thing. You'd be making a legitimate difference in kids' lives.
Oh.
But it's one of these gigs where the day would either be the greatest day you had or the worst day you could have. And there'd be no in between. And here's the thing. It may not, that could change from day to day.
It sounds like it, yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. There is a job in the state of New York where these employees get hurt far more in New York than any other state in America. And
what are we doing wrong?
Well, that's just it. There isn't really an explanation that is given as to why this is happening more here and like exponentially more here than anywhere else in America. We're going to tell you what that job is. I want to see if you could figure it out.
Is it super dangerous?
Well, you wouldn't think so, but based on the numbers, yeah.
Oh.
Yes, it is. And we'll tell you what it is and try and figure out why it's getting people hurt here more than anywhere else.
Damn.
Just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. The city of Rochester is looking for part-time recreation workers this summer.
Okay.
So they're looking for seasonal summer recreation workers, like for parks and things, and aquatics, the like summer camps.
So like lifeguards and stuff like that?
Okay, so lifeguards is one of them, but that seems to be the outlier here, and we'll get to that in a second. And if you want one of these jobs, the interviews are today from 11 a.m. to 3 at the R Center on North Clinton. Wages start at $15 an hour.
Okay.
So, Kimmy, this sounds like one of those jobs, being like a day camp counselor and playing with kids.
Well, that's what I was going to ask, because it could incorporate a lot if you're doing like park maintenance and stuff.
No.
Too.
This
is
seems
just like
recreation.
activities stuff.
Yep.
Okay.
This
yeah, I mean, I remember a bunch of kids having those jobs over the summer.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Yeah.
Tommy, that doesn't seem to be the case that they're looking for kids here. With the exception of lifeguards, which you brought up.
Yeah.
All other jobs that they're interviewing for today require a high school diploma or GED equivalent.
So that means working with kids, like taking them kayaking and hiking?
It could be that.
Yeah.
It could also be that now they want these day camp counselors to be like grown-ass people.
Okay.
Or are they looking for more of like a year-round thing
Nope,
too?
it says
because
seasonal.
that would. Okay.
It says seasonal.
All right.
So that's my first question.
You could get college kids. It could be a summertime job for them.
You could, but it's still way older than the kids we had, Kimmy, when we were going to these day camps younger, right? Would this be a fun summer part-time job?
No. It's a grind. Because you got to watch kids.
Okay. Well, it's not watching kids. Like,
well, you
kind of
are. I mean, you are working with kids all day.
You're playing with kids.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, you're responsible for the kids.
But it's like an organized activity.
Yeah. But you'd also get to go out there and have fun with them. You're out in the sun. You're being active. Like,
but there's always that one kid, right? That's going to... There's always going to be that one kid that's going to be the turd in the punch bowl.
Yeah, that one kid.
Yeah.
You know that kid? You know that kid back in the day?
Oh, yeah. I hate
that kid. You were that kid. You were absolutely that kid that everybody hated because you were going to put all the counselors in a bad mood and we were going to lose like pudding time. Like it was your ass that ruined it for everybody. Kimmy, this sounds like a job that might be fun.
Yeah, that's I don't know.
Yeah, if Bill Murray shows up, yeah, it's a blast.
Kimmy doesn't know who that is.
Here's the thing.
You don't know who Bill Murray is?
Yes, I know who Bill Murray is. Is it fun because we think of it as a fun job when we were kids? You know what I mean? Like, I think that this is a job where you have the energy for it when you're in your late teens, early 20s. And then I don't know if you're somebody that doesn't work with kids normally, I don't know if jumping into a job like this is something you'd be ready for.
And you're responsible for them.
You're right. No, look, I'm not saying there wouldn't be responsibility. I'm not saying there wouldn't be hard days, because you're right. This seems like one of those jobs where either you would come home and be like, man, that was a blast, or, oh my God, that was the worst day of my life, and there would be no middle ground.
Right.
And that could sway from day to day. But, like, if you're an active person that likes running around and being silly, right, this seems right up your alley.
Like, I mean, you got to be, but to Kimmy's point, you got to have that kind of personality.
Yeah.
You can't teach it.
There are some jobs where you have to work with kids where you're already automatically a villain. Like teacher, for example.
Oh, yeah, everybody hates a teacher.
Yeah, you're there to hold order and you're trying to, instill knowledge on them, and there are kids that are just going to not like you.
Yeah.
Same with coaches, right? Like there are some kids that are just not going to like the fact that you're pushing them to be the best athlete that they can. In this example, You're there to be fun person.
You
are
kayaking,
fun person.
canoeing.
How come we keep coming back to kayaking?
Well, because you said aquatics, and my head went to like swimming.
Because those are the kind of camps he went to.
Yeah.
Archery.
Yachting.
Horseback. We did learn how to sail. We learned how to horseback ride. And I got to fire a 20-gauge shotgun.
Bitch. Like, I feel like it would be easier with summer kids.
I mean, yeah, because they're not stuck in a classroom learning all day. This is supposed to be fun time for them.
But somebody's going to get crying. There's going to be something.
Somebody's going to get crying is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
Somebody's been crying. Somebody's been lying. Let's just cancel camp and move on to fall. No, you just know there's always going to be that kid or kids
or somebody's going to get picked on. I guess I just the only reason this isn't something that would interest me, I think, is just because I don't know. I'd be afraid that I'm dealing with kids the wrong way.
Okay.
And how do you deal with those? Like, I think I would know how to deal with a kid who had my issues, but like, I don't know how to deal with a kid with issues I'm not familiar with.
You mean like a happy kid?
Yeah.
The kid that enjoys life?
Like, T-shirt boy in a pool, I get you, kid. I understand your booby drama. But you know what I'm saying? Like
I understand your booby drama is my second favorite Ribs
I understand your booby drama. I blame it on the physique of your mama.
I'm also not the
He's got his daddy's face and his mom's you know what.
I don't even... Okay. I'm also not the kind of person to jump in and participate. Like, remember there were always like those kids at camp that wanted to play kickball with everybody?
Yeah.
I don't want to do that.
I think I want to play kickball.
No, I don't want to do that.
I think I want to play volleyball. I think I want to run around and play flag football. That sounds like fun.
Yeah, I'm not, no.
Okay. You guys hate kids. That's a problem.
I don't hate kids.
You hate kids.
It
was Kimmy.
I didn't even like participating in those activities when I was a kid in camp.
Okay.
You know, like, I just didn't care.
I like kids.
Yeah, go ahead of me. You can take my turn.
I like kids in their place.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Bro, I've never seen you have a pleasant interaction with a child in my life. Even my children, without me telling them, walked into this studio one of the first times I met you and were reviled by just your glare. Like, they both stood next to me by my leg. Kimmy's here. They run up, give Kimmy a big old hug.
And then they, like, kind of side-eye you, like, hi.
252 WCMF. Today, the city of Rochester will be holding open interviews for recreational workers. They're looking for folks in aquatics, recreation, summer camp, stuff like that. The interviews are from 11 to 3 at the R Center on North Clinton. But what's interesting is with the exception of lifeguards, you need to have a high school diploma or a GED equivalent, which means they're looking for older people than we had during the day camps we went to when we were kids.
Also, I'm guessing if you talk to anybody who's worked at a kid camp where they had to get into a pool, like a public pool, everybody has at least one turd in the pool story.
Yeah. Are kids taking dumps in pools?
Well, I
or
mean,
some kind of gross thing.
They can't hold it. Right?
I knew one kid who had to fish puke out of a pool.
Oh, I'm out. Done. Camp's closed.
What kids do, though.
I'm out.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not scooping bile out of the pool.
You're not doing the old puke scoop?
No.
You know they're all peeing in there, too.
Oh, God, yeah. It's a leak.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, what's going on, buddy?
That was disgusting. You can pull dude. No, I'm good. I'm pretty good.
Oh, good to hear.
So, my dream job when I was growing up was I always wanted to work at the Red Wings on the grounds crew.
Hey Ben, can I ask you a question? Ben, can I ask you a
question?
question?
I had no patience for kids I knew that.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
What does this have to do with anything we're talking about, Ben?
I don't know. I have no idea. Like, I knew kids that went off and were counselors that were my age, and they had a blast doing it. It just wasn't for me.
Okay, so you didn't want to work with kids.
I thought that was the route you were going.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Well, no, I understand why Ben wouldn't want to take a job like this. Well, there was that one week where he was responsible for the kids in the pool out there in Ontario.
Yeah.
And well, you're not gonna. You remember what happened?
I remember he dove into the pool and what Kimmy was talking about reared its ugly head.
What's that we talking about?
There was a floater in the water. He went in mouth first.
He went mouth open?
This candy part is terrible.
Is that how the puke got in the pool then?
Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Was the most disturbing Ben mouth story I've ever heard.
Yeah, it doesn't get grosser than that.
No.
But it works.
Yeah.
It worked.
Yeah.
It's funny, Kimmy, think back to, because I think every kid in Rochester went to one of those town day camps at some point in their lives, right? You didn't enjoy going to those when you were a kid?
Not really. I don't know. It's not like a fond memory I have of like making friends and stuff. I remember like going there thinking it just felt like all day gym class.
Well, so that was great.
Yeah, but you had to follow. Like, I'd just rather be home.
Okay.
I didn't want to be out there, like, following a strict schedule.
But wasn't it exciting when you were in like 3rd, 4th, 5th grade? Because every town has multiple elementary schools, like at least tight to the city of Rochester. Like, you were seeing, like, kids you'd never seen before. Right? Oh, my God. Oh, that's
foreigners.
That's a pretty girl from another school. That guy's a douche. He goes to Florence Brasser, where all the douches go. Not really. I'm not talking about your kid. But what I'm getting at, like, when you look back, Kimmy, at those counselors that were legitimate high school kids, right? None of those kids took that job serious, and they were just as jackass as we were. Like, the fact that they allowed high school kids to do those jobs back in the day is a little bit alarming.
Did they ever bring, like, people in, like, to talk to you, like, stuff like that, like exciting jobs or something like that?
No, that wasn't a thing. We would have, like, every once in a while, they would bring, like, the guy with the lizards in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like, any kind of thing.
Oh,
like
yeah. He wasn't, like, trying to sell us on being a lizard.
No, but, like, I mean, those
some kind of weird activity.
Yeah, those were always kind of cool.
I loved it. Like, the dodgeball games we would play. Oh.
I did love tie-dye day.
Tie-dye day. Oh, you're about the saddest story of all time. So it's tie-dye day at day camp at the Gatestown camp. And I go home, and they tell us the day before, tomorrow's tie-dye day, and you got to bring in a shirt to tie-dye. Right. So I go to my dad. I go, hey, I got to get a white shirt. And I'm like 4th grade, 5th grade. I'm not going out buying you a white shirt. I don't even know where to get a plain white shirt.
Yeah, they're out. Sold out.
So he goes, you got 2 options. So he goes into his dresser, and he pulls out like a giant-ass V-neck white undershirt, and like there's stains under the armpits, and it's gross, and it's like falling apart. And I'm like, no. And he goes, all right. Well, then you can tie-dye your socks.
Okay.
Tube socks.
All right.
So everyone's got these shirts and hats, and they all went out and bought like special stuff, and everyone's having a blast. And I'm tie-dyeing these dirty-ass white tube socks, right? So they finally dry. Yeah. They finally dry. Yeah. I put them on. I wear them the next day. They look awful. Awful. I sweat around in them all day.
Oh, no.
The tie-dye leaks into my
white, wash it?
Payless sneakers that I had. And I'm not buying you new sneakers. So for like the next year, I had these gross-ass...
wavy gravy.
Purple. They didn't look like tie-dye. They just looked like...
Yeah.
Right? They look like that gray snow that you find on the side of the road.
God.
And that's why I am the way I am today. All right, let's take a break. Here, I need you guys to try and figure this out. Because there is a job in the state of New York, right here in Rochester as well, where people are getting hurt doing it more here than anywhere else in the country.
And they can't figure out why.
Well, they don't give a reason why. And maybe we can figure out why. Here in New York, it's happening more than anywhere else. And this is not a job when you think of the most dangerous jobs.
Maybe we're just goddamn clumsy.
It could be.
All right.
But what about New York would make us clumsier than anyone else? We'll tell you what that job is. In fact, there are some people going to do that job right now.
Oh, my God.
And we'll do it next to the break room on CMF. This is a story that doesn't make much sense.
Oh.
The state of New York is not known for this job more than any other state. It's not like the state of New York is a more reckless place compared to different other places. Yet, this specific job, with people who work in the state of New York, they're more likely to get hurt there than any other employee doing this job anywhere else in the country.
Nobody can figure this out.
No.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 7 o'clock this morning, there was a very scary incident over the weekend outside of a bar on Monroe Avenue.
Oh, yeah.
There was a fight. There was a car involved.
This was like horrifying.
So the person who was, I guess, hurt the most here is still alive, which is remarkable in itself.
Yeah.
But when the police went to figure out who did this to him, that's where the story gets really good.
Oh.
Because this man will either be looked at as an honorable person or someone who's trying to hide something.
Or suspicious.
Dun, dun, dun. We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Do you guys want to take a guess on which job in New York hurts more people in our state than any other in the State of the Union?
Delivery person?
No, not a bad guess. Not a bad guess.
I was going to guess like construction worker. Or
Nope,
something.
not construction worker. It is warehouse worker.
Oh.
So the rise of online businesses and shipping companies like Amazon, UPS, FedEx means way more people nationwide have warehouse jobs.
And you can really F yourself up in a warehouse.
Especially, it seems, in the state of New York.
Yeah.
Because 1 in every 11 New York State warehouse worker will suffer an injury requiring medical attention this year.
Damn.
That's 54% higher than the national average, and it's the highest percentage of any state in the nation.
Forklifting.
Well, anything warehouse-wise, yes. I guess if you're not forklift certified, that's on you, son.
Yes.
Does anybody want to take a stab as to why the state of New York leads America in warehouse worker injuries?
Because we don't have the most warehouses.
I wouldn't think so. I mean, Amazon has warehouses in every mid to major city in America.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're what? They have 3 here now, right? 3 or 4?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you would think just in general, like the place with the biggest population would have the most of these types of jobs.
Now, it is based on percentage, 1 in every 11, right? So there could be more in other states, but when it comes to percentage-wise, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I would always think, like, warehouses are safer today than they were 50 years ago. Just with all, like, it's automated. There's way more safety concerns now than there were 50 years ago.
All right.
True. I would think companies are more, liable.
Right. You would think it would have went down, and it's not.
The phone number is 252-WCMF. Now, it could be down from 50 years ago, but here's the thing. Even that idea that they're safer now today may not be true because we hear these stories of these folks that work in these massive warehouses, some coming from Amazon.
So it's just warehouses,
Warehouse
right?
workers.
Right.
Just warehouse workers. But, Tommy, like, they have to sprint from one end of a warehouse to another to go get something to put it somewhere, and they're up against the clock, and some people say they aren't able to take lunches because they have to get stuff done. So that could cause issues. But why would that only be happening in New York? Are we clumsier than people?
It would have to be.
That doesn't make sense.
Or we don't pay attention. We drift off.
Could it be like things move a little faster here than
we move a little faster.
We all talk fast.
But I guess if there's more demand here, maybe
No,
people are rushing
Florida,
more.
Texas.
True.
L.A., Hollywood.
Dip, 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 dip.
The Sunset Strip.
I already did the dips.
I don't know.
So the study showed not only does New York have more warehouse injuries than anywhere else in the country, percentage-wise, the most common injuries for warehouse workers, sprains, strains, and tears. Sprains, strains, and tears.
So is that like basically you're lifting wrong, you're pulling a muscle.
Something falls on
movement,
you.
Effing up your back.
Yeah, you got it. But
maybe we're the most out of shape.
Have you seen Alabama?
Alabama's in pretty good shape.
Yeah? I got numbers to tell you, maybe not. By the way, those sprains, strains, and tears as a grown-ass person, the worst injury you can get. Because those are injuries that you never fully come back from.
No, you live with it forever.
Yeah.
Are injuries reported more here?
So let's put a pin in that. That's a good question. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. According to a new study, 1 in every 11 warehouse workers in the state of New York will be injured, requiring medical attention at some point this year. It's 54% higher than the national average, highest percentage in the nation. And let's talk about Kimmy's theory.
What's that?
Maybe New York warehouse workers aren't getting hurt more. Maybe the laws in New York are forcing businesses to actually report what is happening.
Oh, so the laws are looser in other states.
Well,
What you had to report.
Yeah, or the liability if you get caught not reporting it isn't as strict. And there might be some evidence to back this up because there was a story a couple of months ago, and I know you saw it, and I forget which Midwestern states they were, but they found legitimate child labor inside food processing plants. Like straight up kids.
Yeah, working in the meat industry and all that stuff.
And that had been happening for apparently a while, and nobody said anything.
So it could be semi-illegal operation almost.
Well, not so much illegal. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess by the letter of the law it would be illegal, but they're just not saying anything anymore. Right?
Look the other way.
So it makes us look bad.
But we're doing it right.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, and by the way, that's not a definite. It's just a good theory, I think, coming from Kimmy. And we don't have any kids making our chicken as far as we know. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Tim. Hey, Timmy, what's going on, brother?
Good morning, guys. How are you doing?
Good.
That's what I just want to think. I don't think it's like I don't know why it's just New York is why we're so high in that count, but I think honestly it's a generational thing because I don't want to name the place, but
good catch, buddy. Good catch.
I work in a country club and I work in the housekeeping industry, and just finding people that are just willing to come in and do what they need to do and then, go home. They don't. Their work ethic is gone. So they're just hiring more and more idiots. It's not really the location. It's just I think it's the generation thing. I think more and more people are just getting hired off like Craigslist and not really having a resume for what they're being asked to do.
All right. So, Timmy, let me ask you a question, just real quick. How old are you, bud?
Yeah. 33.
Okay, 33. First of all, welcome to being your dad. Second of all, I mean, Tim, that was all of us when we were kids, man. I got hired selling vacuum cleaners door to door. I almost got bit by a dog, right? I almost got arrested for not having a peddler's permit. I didn't care about that job.
So, Tim, you're at 33, which means you are officially at the age where you will find yourself saying, kids today. I think you hit your 30s and that's when you start to say it.
I also love how Tommy did not have a critical word about his take at all. I mean, I don't know. So Tim, there's not a single young person that you work with or have worked with where you're like, oh, okay, that's a go-getter right there.
Maybe one, but honestly, I'm not blaming it, but after COVID, everyone got freaking lazy, man. I mean, nobody really nobody wants to work anymore, and hiring people that are willing to come in and do what you got to do is few and far between. People just come in, do the bare minimum, collect the check, and then go home. And
Timmy,
they don't really.
Who hurt you, Timmy? Timmy, who hurt you?
This has been.
I told you I can't name my job.
So I can remember when I worked at a grocery store.
Okay, Timmy, thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it.
So they always crapped on the warehouse workers, even back then, and they would always go anytime something was screwed up, you just blame the warehouse.
Okay.
And even our boss would go, Tom, you got to see the degenerates they got down there. They got hair down to their ass. They got jean cut-ups with their dong hanging out. Half them walking around in flip-flops. They ain't doing it. They just made this stuff up.
Well, but I mean,
it was that way back then.
But here's the thing: you're also at a disadvantage working in a job like this because it's not a job you need to have any background for. For example, Amazon trying to fill that giant warehouse.
This is backbreaking work.
Yeah, that they're opening a gate. You remember that story, right? Mm-hmm. And they were having a hiring event, and they had people come in. You didn't need a resume. You didn't need any experience. And
show up and interview.
They're going to show you the job.
And they would give you the job on the spot, right? So, it's easy to look at that person and be like, oh, that person doesn't know what they're doing. Because they actually don't know what they're doing because they've never done this job before.
Yeah.
Right? I get it.
But it's always been that way.
Do you think that folks that apply for these gigs, because Amazon has opened in the last couple of years a bunch of these warehouses. You got UPS, you got FedEx, and there's a dozen other companies that run warehouses. Yeah. Do you think the folks that apply for these jobs understand the danger that may be lurking for them behind the front door?
I mean, you wouldn't know till you get in there, right?
Because it sounds like a simple gig.
But
take box, move box, put box.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a lot of stuff moving around in a warehouse, and it's a tight spot, and everything's heavy and huge.
Well, and Amazon and I think a few other places also paint that job as start here, and we'll help you grow or get another job. You know what I mean? It's not even like they paint it as a job that you could come in and have forever. Because they even know nobody may want to stay there forever.
I mean, like you said, it's back-breaking work, right? And it's also a job you may not be able to do once you get to a certain age.
Oh, yeah, you're going to age out of warehouse working, man.
At least effectively.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think we blew past maybe the most remarkable thing about this story.
What's that?
So again, in New York, the state of New York, on average, almost 1 in 11 warehouse workers will require medical attention on the job. How many people do you think work with us? Like 70?
Here?
Yeah. When everybody's here? Okay.
Yeah.
So that would be like 5 or 6 people in our office this year needing an ambulance for something that happened on the job.
Yeah, but maybe when you do physical work like that, that doesn't seem like, if you're doing physical work, that doesn't seem like a lot.
Yeah,
Okay, so
because to your point, you said it was strains, tears.
Sprains, tears, things
I mean,
like
that would be like even just if you had a strain at this job, you could still come in and do your job. Whereas, you know, like if you strained, like, I don't know, your hamstring or something, it may completely impact your day.
Okay, but think about this. If you work in a warehouse with 300 employees, which I don't know if that's a lot or a little, now you're talking like 25 to 30 people that are going to require medical attention at some point throughout the year. That's 2 a month on average.
But that's about right. I'm telling you, man. Like,
That's
even when I
nuts.
worked in the grocery business, like cutting meat and stocking shelves, people got hurt all the time, or cut their hands, or slipped in something, or twisted an ankle, because it's just physical work.
I guess it goes back to what you said before. Is I expected in the 70s and 80s for things to be so haphazard that, people are going to get hurt all the time. I guess it wasn't until this discussion that I realized that maybe not much has changed.
And don't forget, nothing got reported back then.
Yeah.
So if you hurt yourself back when I was a kid, you went to the hospital, you got your stitches, you went back to work. Nobody had a ledger like so-and-so got hurt today. So none of that stuff got reported.
You know why? Nobody wanted to work on the ledger. Damn
Hair down to your ass, wearing jean cutoffs, dong hanging out.
Well, look, we got a man in our area that was hurt real bad on early Saturday morning.
Yeah.
Went out for a good time, ended up in the hospital.
The fact that they have video of this is frightening.
Yeah.
Well, the fact that he's alive is remarkable.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing. But police went to this man's hospital room, and we'll recap everything that happened outside of a bar on Monroe Avenue Saturday if you haven't heard the story yet. But when the authorities went to his hospital room to try and figure out how all this went down, he threw him a curveball.
He did.
Yeah, well, there are people that can be charged with what happened to him.
Yeah.
And they won't be because of what he said.
Oh.
And either that makes him an honorable man,
Okay.
or as Kimmy said, a suspicious man.
Oh.
And we'll try and figure it out.
Okay.
Next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. A bar fight isn't usually headline news in Rochester.
No.
But this one is for reasons you'll soon understand.
Yeah.
And even more shocking than what happened to this man is the reaction from him afterwards. Because you may see his decision as honorable.
Yeah.
Or you could see him as having something to hide.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7:25, 7:30, this debate shows up again. It shows up every couple of years here in the greater Rochester area.
What's that?
Well, the kids need sleep.
Oh.
And one school district has decided they want to try and make a move to give these kids more sleep.
All right.
But I think there may be a fatal flaw in this plan to keep our kids healthier. And if you have kids, you'll understand what I'm saying. We'll get to it just after 7:25, 7:30 here in the break room on CMS. So over the weekend, Tommy.
Yeah.
There was an incident outside a bar on Monroe Ave. Police say a 25-year-old man was thrown out of an establishment around 2 o'clock in the morning, and then all hell broke loose. The 25-year-old got into what is being described by 13 Wham as a fight with a couple of people. Other witnesses describe it as him being jumped, whatever it is.
Outside the bar.
Outside of the bar, in the middle of Monroe Avenue.
2 o'clock. What'd you say, after 2?
Right around 2 o'clock in the morning. So that's bad.
Mm-hmm.
The fight ended when the 25-year-old was run over by a car.
But it was kind of pinned.
Yeah, got pinned underneath it.
He was
said.
pinned under a car.
Yeah.
And then the car started to move.
The car moved because the driver took off.
Yeah, so you can see his body being dragged under the car.
Yes.
On the news.
Yes.
I didn't see the
You
video.
didn't see this?
No.
Oh, it's horrifying.
Why would you not show that on the news?
Like, 'cause it almost looked fake.
It's very real.
Yeah.
The driver of that car who hit him in the middle of that fight took off.
Yeah.
Police are still searching.
So we don't know if the driver was a part of the fight or just happened to be in the wrong place, wrong time.
So I haven't seen the details of that, Kimmy. That's a good question.
All right.
I don't know. Now, here is so far the craziest part of the story. The 25-year-old is still alive.
That's amazing, because if you look at it, I thought the guy was dead.
So here's where it gets crazier. He has a suspected concussion and a broken orbital bone from the actual fight that happened.
All right.
And according to police, upper body injuries from being run over by a car.
Yeah, and by the way, it's like an SUV.
Tommy, he took more of an ass kicking from the actual fight than being run over and pinned, which seems like a miracle.
And dragged.
Yes, exactly. Yet, as insane as this story has been, from beginning to end so far, we haven't even gotten to the most interesting part of the story.
What's that?
According to Carly Miner of 13 Wham, she's a reporter over there, police went to interview the 25-year-old at the hospital. And they asked him, hey, who did this to you?
Yeah.
Who got in the fight?
How'd you end up like this?
Yeah. He told the police he did not want to press charges against the folks involved with the fight because he said, and I quote, the fight was his doing.
So he blames himself?
He doesn't want
is that
charges.
That doesn't
concussion
sound. That
talking?
sounds really sketchy, man.
So this man with a concussion and a broken orbital bone from a fight outside a bar at 2 a.m.
I
on Monroe
deserved
Avenue.
it.
Yes, that's what he said. He made the decision that we don't have to get into this because I started it. It's my fault. There are three ways to look at this.
Okay.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The first way is he's telling the truth that the fight was his fault, which is rare on its own.
Which is
Yeah, I mean, even
extremely-
people who have obviously started fights, I've never seen anybody admit to being the match on the gas.
I brought it all on myself,
Yeah.
even the SUV.
And here's the thing. Now, the SUV is separate. This is just the folks that
Okay,
are
just the
with the
fight,
fight.
right.
But here's the thing. Even if you knew you started the fight, you take a beating like that, you would understand why someone would decide to let the cops take over.
Yeah.
Right.
But if he's telling the truth and the fight was his fault, can you argue it's an honorable thing to do? I don't want to press charges because I put these guys in this situation?
No.
It's not honorable?
I mean,
Oh, man.
Why not?
it's being a bigger person, if that, you know what I mean, like to the next level. But I guess like if you're somebody that saw it all go down and saw how scary it was, even if you weren't a part of it, you may want those people to face some types of consequence just for putting somebody in this
Right.
position.
But it's up to this 25-year-old.
I know.
But
Okay.
all right.
No, okay, so one way to look at this, he's telling the truth.
All
The
right,
fight was
he's
his
just a
fault.
stand up, under the car kind of guy.
Possibility two,
All right.
he's hiding something.
You got it.
He doesn't want to say what caused it.
Or the folks who kicked his ass know something he doesn't want the
Yeah.
cops to know. Now, we don't know why this fight started. The police may know why this fight started, and we're obviously just speculating here. But tell me, what could he be hiding?
Who knows? I mean, it could have been.
Ooh.
I mean, it could have been something between these two parties.
Okay, but why would you not want the police to know that?
Because maybe it was illegal what you were arguing about.
But he was thrown out of a bar. I mean, this wasn't like a deal gone wrong, as far as we know.
Well, you don't know what escalated the situation inside the bar that got him thrown out of the bar.
We don't know what relationship he had with these people prior to the fight either.
Or
if he had one at all.
Yeah.
If he's scared of these people and doesn't want
also possible
finger them because they're going to come after him.
So that would be the third possibility.
Yeah.
And again, we're just speculating, but I guess it is possible that he knows these folks passed in a random bar fight. Yeah. And if he says something, things can get worse.
Right.
I mean, he was run over by a car, for God's sakes, and we still don't know if that car was a part of the group or if it was just someone driving down the street in the wrong place at the wrong time and took off or had been drinking. Who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, it is 2 o'clock in the morning on Monroe Ave.
True. Yeah.
Phone number's 252-WCMF. Do you look at this man who does not want to press charges against people who broke his orbital bone and gave him a concussion as honorable or suspicious? I mean, look, I would make the argument.
Yeah.
If he's being sincere and the fight was actually his fault and he doesn't want to press charges and that's why, that makes him a good guy.
But he got jumped. Or he at least got beat up by multiple people. We know that.
It wasn't a fair fight.
It was him against other people.
Oh, yeah, according to witnesses, yeah.
Which doesn't sound very honorable. Like, I deserved to be jumped by multiple people.
All right, I will say, I understand that you're not a bar fight guy, right?
No, but he has been threatened by multiple people. And I think of all people, you would understand putting yourself in a position like that.
Can I call my first time out of the show?
Sure.
I just said you're not a bar fight guy, and you said you're wearing an outfit?
Yeah.
What bar would you be fighting in that outfit?
Yeah, your standard man bar.
Are you throwing wine flutes at people? I don't what do you think that's... Okay, look, you're itty-bitty, right? Like, you can't defend yourself. Your head, I could punch this way and hit you in the head. That's how big it is. Like, you're not a bar fight person. But as a man who has been in and witnessed several bar fights, there are plenty of guys who run their mouths to 5 different people and they get their ass kicked by 5 different people. I agree with you that those 5 people shouldn't kick that guy's ass.
But why would you protect them? You're protecting them.
Is it
From
protecting
what?
or
yes,
is it being...
you're obviously protecting them because you could dime on them.
Well, no, you could, but if you were the one that went up and started... I got a buddy of mine, and Kimmy, your husband has had the same experience I've had.
What's that?
He's little, he's runty. It's not you, it's someone like you.
Oh.
And this kid
gets all of his friends in trouble?
Yes, he gets drunk and he runs his mouth. And he runs his mouth to multiple people. And then when they go, what do you want to do about it? He would come back to me and my other buddy who played...
Stand behind you.
Yes, played D1 college football. I know my buddies are here. And it was like, oh, God damn it.
Yeah.
And if me and my buddy didn't want to fight, that guy was going to have to take on all 5 of those people.
Yeah.
And they would have a right to kick his ass based on what he was saying.
But they kicked this guy's ass to the hospital. Yeah. That ain't a couple of slugs. This guy needed medical attention and then ended up under a car. We don't know how that happened.
Understood. And I'm not saying that's a good thing.
I mean, I'm thinking these are bad people that he doesn't want around him anymore.
You just want it to be that way because it sounds like a documentary you watch on Netflix.
Yes.
I can also understand if you felt like in some way you sparked this. Let's just call it even. I just want it to be over.
Yeah.
I don't want to face these people again. I don't want to have to explain everything again. It's done.
And I think there is a difference. Again, talking about the story that happened on Saturday, a 25-year-old man was thrown out of a bar on Monroe Avenue around 2 o'clock in the morning. After he's thrown out of the bar, he gets into a fight with multiple people. It's also described as him being jumped by some witnesses. Yeah. In the middle of this fight, he gets run over by an SUV. He survives somehow, despite being dragged. He has worse injuries from the fight. He ends up in the hospital with a broken orbital bone and a suspected concussion, just upper body injuries from being run over by the car. We don't know where the car is right now, or even if the car was involved with the people that were fighting him. The craziest part, when police go to the hospital to interview this man who has the broken orbital bone, he tells police, I don't want to press charges against the men who I was fighting with. It was my fault.
Also, I wonder how great your memory would be from an incident like that. Like, even if you weren't, hammered, I would think something like that, you kind of black out, right? When you're in those kind of situations.
Okay, but you would have surveillance cameras everywhere. So
I understand that. But, just from his perspective, maybe that's also a reason why you may not want to go back and dive into it.
Okay, fair enough.
I can remember some things. It's a little hazy, so maybe I don't want to know things that led up to it.
Like, I love, Tommy, how you're such a pipsqueak ass bitch.
What?
That even if you deserve a beating, they did it.
Oh, yeah, I'm going
They
to go.
did it to
Lock
me.
'em up.
I ran my mouth and I deserve to get punched in the face.
They're just words.
Go to jail, man.
Yeah, I'm locking 'em
Like, that makes you a huge bitch.
So what? Go to jail.
There's-
You're gonna be somebody's bitch now.
Yeah, man. Take that. God, you're the worst kind of person.
Yeah, probably. I'm fine with that.
They ripped my
Somebody's
turtleneck.
What happened to my ears though?
And my ears will be hurt.
Hey, look, I guess there's an argument to be made between this guy being an honorable good guy not pressing charges and if that's the right decision to not press
I wonder
charges.
if the cops are pissed. Because they would probably let these people
Yeah.
off the street if they just put a guy in the hospital and he got run over. I'm sure they don't want to deal with this.
Less paperwork they got to do.
Well, I wonder if their bigger priority would be the
Car?
guys involved in the fight or the car.
Obviously.
Well, the
You know,
car is
yeah.
the worst because he could have
Right.
died.
Well, I mean, he could have died from this fight. He's got a
No, but
broken
he
orbital bone.
was under that
Right.
car and the goddamn car is moving, man. That's
And
way
they took
worse.
off.
You made it
Yeah.
sound like the car was on you at that moment.
I'm telling you,
I'm under the car.
it looked like I was watching a movie.
No, it was shock. I can't believe they put that on the news.
I know.
It was one of those things. They didn't even give you like the heads up. This
Yeah.
is going to be graphic. It was like, here's a guy getting hit by a car.
I like Channel 8. They keep it raw.
No, to your point, it is surprising that you can get in a fist fight in the middle of the street and not be arrested if the victim doesn't want you to be arrested.
Yeah.
Because, like we said, the fight is on several surveillance videos from the neighborhood. The ring of this fight was in the center of Monroe Avenue, yet you leave it totally up to the person who took the ass kicking to decide if you're going to charge.
Yeah,
Can you get charged for like causing some sort of disturbance? I mean, like, is there another charge you could face even if that person doesn't want to press
I'm
charges?
sure, but that's just an appearance
Yeah.
ticket, probably,
Yeah.
right? Based on what we've seen before. I wonder where the line is where the victim doesn't get to decide anymore if they charge. Like, for example, if, let's say one of the guys pulled out a knife and stabbed this dude.
And you go to the hospital.
Yeah. Do the police now automatically charge, or does the guy be able to be like, is he able to be like, I don't care?
Because I always at the hospital immediately, even if you haven't
Yeah.
called the cops, you come in like that, a hospital calls the police.
Oh, yeah, no, the police showed up.
But it's
the charges.
All
Like,
right.
once they got
I
there.
fell on his knife.
No, not
Or, yeah.
You could lie, but
Yeah.
if he said straight up, I don't want to press charges for being stabbed, would the police have to be like, okay, we can't? Or has that raised to a level where...
Attempted murder or
Yeah,
something.
you would think they would want. They would almost have to.
I don't know.
But maybe it is up to the.
I mean, because look, I would guess most people that get stabbed absolutely want
Yeah,
them to be
they're
charged.
not happy about it.
Like same with the shooting. Let's say one of these guys had a gun, pulls it out, shoots him in the leg. Bullet hits his leg. Police go to the hospital. I don't want to press charges. Does that man get arrested?
I would think once a firearm's been involved, it might, because they may have to look into, is it legally owned?
So do you
things like
remember?
that.
You might be too young for this, but years. I'm going way back. Mob days, New York City. John Gotti beat up a guy that was John Gotti double parked, and this guy was a delivery driver.
Yep.
And he went in and yelled at basically John Gotti, and he got his ass beat bad into the hospital.
Yes.
Months later, it goes to trial, and at the trial, the guy goes, and it was the best line I've ever seen in a New York Post was, "I forgotty," was the thing, because he just went, yeah, I don't know, maybe, and he got off. To your point, like, they had him.
Yeah.
He said it happened, then he changed his mind, and Gotti got to walk.
But even, okay, in that case, there were still charges brought. I'm saying if the cops went there and said we want, like, would they be able to charge them, period?
Well, I'm thinking, like, if that guy, to your point, if that guy would have said at the beginning, no, it was somebody else. No, it didn't happen that way. I guess they would have just let him walk.
Is 25 too old to be getting in bar fights in the center of Monroe Avenue? Or is that...
You're kind of reaching the
Well, you got a
the
job
end.
now. You got a
Well,
rent.
okay, we're making a lot of assumptions.
All right.
We don't know. There's 25-year-olds that don't have jobs that you think they should have. We don't know
I
anything
would
about
think
this
like
guy.
25 is when you start to rethink those situations. Like, you've had enough experience in those situations at that point in life to maybe take a step back and be like, do I really want to get involved in this?
I mean, that's a full 4 years of legal drinking. You've probably seen enough situations.
But you could also just be a huge idiot.
Yeah, but then again, this guy doesn't want to press charges. He's taking responsibility for the fight.
He's a stand up, lay down under a car kind of guy.
Well, that's just it. Like, none of these things line up and make sense. And I know you want it to be scandal. I know you want it to be.
It just sounds too sketchy.
You don't know. Your sketch meter, your sketchdar, is so off.
I think it's dead on.
You live in Pittsford, and you think like teenager in black hoodie walking down the street in the middle of the day is sketch.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Okay. So if we're going to decide what's sketch and what's not, you're not allowed to vote in the sketch off. 252 WCMF. Folks have been waiting patiently. We've been rambling. I'm sorry. Let's talk to Keith. Hey, Keith, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Pat. I just want to make sure I understand this story in the reporting, and also want to make sure I understand Tommy would actually be on the side of calling the cops on this. Why are they looking for the car at all if the guy isn't even pressing charges against the people who beat him up and threw him out?
Well, okay, so at that point, could you turn on your radio for me? Because I can hear myself in the background, and I hate me.
Oh, I don't have it on.
I think he's on.
Oh, it's speakerphone. Okay, anyway, all right. So I think once you hit the point of leaving the scene of an accident, it has nothing to do with assaulting that guy. He left the scene of an accident. That's why they're looking for that person.
That seems bizarre to me. I'm just like, Tommy does a horrible set on Lower Monroe, just hypothetically. It's terrible. They hate him. They beat his ass. They throw him out on the road. He gets run over by Troutmouth. She sees him. Boom, he's gone. Don't they have to arrest somebody at that point?
No, because I went and slept with her, so that nullifies all jurisdiction.
So, Keith, I guess what we're getting at here is it sounds like, at least as far as the police are concerned right now, whoever hit this person with the car may not have been involved with the people that were in the fight.
Yeah, they may not be connected.
Yeah, it could have just been an accident.
The kid could have fallen in the street and hit him.
Yeah, we don't know for sure.
The whole story is just bizarre. All right, thanks. Good luck, Tom.
I love how you called it a hypothetical, not a definite, which would absolutely be. Minus the Troutmouth part. Tommy?
Yeah.
Sleep is important.
Well, yeah, you need it.
Well, that's just it. On the last 20 years, we've discovered not only how important sleep is to everybody, but kids of a certain age especially.
Like little kids.
Well, no.
Big-ass kids?
Older kids, like teenage kids. Your brain is developing, and they need that rest for their brains to continue to get bigger.
Why does a grown-ass kid need to sleep?
Okay.
What?
Because of that, once again, a school district in our area is looking into changing what they are doing on a daily basis to make sure these kids are getting the healthy amount of sleep they need. But despite the fact that their hearts are in the right place, right? And they think they're helping. Yeah. And maybe they are. There seems like one massive flaw that nobody's talking about in their plan.
Oh, so it won't work, you don't think?
I don't know.
Okay.
But I'm basing it on having...
It affects other things negatively, you're saying?
All right. We'll get into it. And we'll do it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Sleep is important.
Oh, you got to have it.
And we're finding out through science, sleep is actually way more important to kids than we once realized.
The little ones need it.
Not so much the little ones.
There we go.
Okay, so with that in mind, once again, this debate has shown up in a local school district because if you want kids to get more sleep, you start school later. And that would solve all the problems.
Yep, that's it.
Unless you're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. If you are not watching the live stream, you're missing Tommy's, as he put it, bar fight outfit this morning. You can check us out, watch the live stream at the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, and on Twitch and YouTube. You can get us on YouTube and Twitch at Break Room WCMF. Like, subscribe, as we like to say with these meetings we have with corporate people.
Yeah, what they say.
Well, when people subscribe to your YouTube channel, it lets folks who work outside of Rochester and the company know you got a quality program.
I didn't know we worked for Jimmy Stewart.
You want to live in a world where you have a quality program. So check us out in the live stream. All that brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing, quality beer where you can live. The Fairport Central School District is looking into changing its school start times.
Okay, why?
Right now, kids in the elementary school start their day after the middle and high school kids. And kids that go to Fairport have an opening bell of 7:25 in the morning.
I don't know. That's too early for school?
Well, I guess they'd be getting on the bus
at like
6:30 sometimes. Yeah,
it's Fairport, man. You can almost see the school from your porch.
Okay, your government subsidized porch.
Yeah, but it's a small town. How long is your bus ride?
No, but it stretches out kind of far.
No, listen to this spoiled ass, rich ass bitch.
Yeah, and if you're the first kid on the bus.
Oh, here comes the old man wave, and it's down.
Oh, load of crap.
The younger kids get to go to school a full hour later than the older.
So when you see, did I say elementary?
You got it. And here's the problem.
Yeah.
A study from the American Academy of Pediatrics says that no middle or high school student should start school before 8:30 in the morning.
How did they run farms during the Depression?
Yeah, have you seen some of those kids? One shoulder higher than the other?
Maybe that's why we had the Dust Bowl.
So they say that sleep is very important to kids of that age, that middle and high school age.
Pat, it's the building block to your body.
And on top of that, today, there are more after-school activities and homework than ever, which is pushing kids not going to bed at times that would get them up in time to make school at 7:30.
I am amazed how long your daughter's day is. Like, when you tell me, like, the times, I'm like, you got to be kidding me, man. That's like 2 jobs.
So my 13-year-old gets up at 6:30 in the morning. She goes to school all day. She's got to do her homework on the bus and a little bit when she gets home. She'll have dinner maybe before hockey practice, and depending on when hockey practice time is, she gets home between like 8 and 9 o'clock.
So her day starts at 6 and ends at 9 at night.
And by the way, she still wants her like spin down time, so she's probably not going to bed till 10 o'clock.
So that's like South Korea student.
Well, no,
time.
but here's the thing. I know that there are other parents listening whose kids' schedules are even more insane because my daughter just plays one
but
sport.
That is too much.
Oh, now all of a sudden you want to flip around. When it comes to your child, I'm going to get ahead of your wife here in the stupid things that I've been saying.
Well, I would say
I want to live.
That's too much.
It's too much? Well, no.
That's too much for anybody, to tell you the truth.
Bro, my daughter.
Unless you're running like, General Motors.
Look, here's the thing. My daughter doesn't do all that much activity stuff. She plays one sport, and she's a member of DECA at school.
What's DECA?
It's the old Future Business Leaders of America.
Oh, all right.
Taken after her old pa. State finalist in DECA, no big deal. But the point I'm getting at is, like, my daughters don't have it bad compared to a bunch of other kids who play 2-3 sports, who have 4 or 5 different activities, who are taking, like, accelerated
these
classes.
Kids down.
Okay. I'm not doing nothing.
No, but it's too much.
Okay. Story on 13 Wham says that the school in Fairport wants to flip the start time. So the elementary school kids will go to school earlier. The idea being you can get them in bed anytime you want because they don't have all these activities.
Get those kids to shit. They don't vote.
And the older kids will now start at 8:30. A decision won't, they said it'll come by September 1st, so we're going to have a while here to figure it out.
Okay.
But I do have a potentially stupid question. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. No matter the school district, if you start school an hour later than you do now, for the sake of the kids getting more sleep, aren't the middle and high school kids just going to have to stay up later on weekdays?
Yeah, you just push the time up.
Yeah.
It just pushes everything back. And I'm just thinking, kids I knew growing up, like, they're going to push that time as far as they can in the morning. Whereas, like, you would, I don't know, as a parent, how flexible your schedule is, but if that kid sleeps through something, you have a smaller window to get them to school.
That's the other problem here. The earlier your kid goes to school, the better the odds that you can either get them to school or get them on the bus before you have to leave for your job. Like if there are parents in Fairport that have to be to work by 8 o'clock, you're now putting it in your middle and high school kids' hands to make sure that they are up, ready to roll to go to school.
So how much time are the kids actually going to get, you think, extra in the morning? Like legitimate time.
It would be
1
an
hour.
Well, I mean, yeah, because
you think an hour is going to make that much difference? To your point, where now you got to reschedule your thinking going to work if you got a 13, 14-year-old.
So that's an issue. The other issue
sounds like you're just wasting your time. Because you're not going to. What do you think? You're going to get a bunch of little geniuses now because they got an hour of sleep?
I'm going to talk to Kimmy now for a little while because, like, you're trying to kill the science behind here with no knowledge of the science.
It would work
talking.
It would work.
Talking on talking.
Talking and a texting and a talking.
Yeah, I just know myself, especially in high school, I was such a procrastinator. I probably would be staying up later or waking up earlier to finish homework, knowing I have like a little bit extra time in the morning. So I don't know really in the long run how much extra sleep I'd be getting. It would just shift things around for me.
Well, yeah, to your point, you could just be up an hour later just because of the way the time shifts.
And it kind of feels like that might happen anyway because, like, if I'm getting to school later, that means that after school's over, I start my homework an hour later, right? Then I have my school stuff and or my sports stuff, and if I don't have time to do the homework, I mean, it just seems like everything's just going to be shifted back an hour.
You're going to have to adjust sports because the kid's going to need enough time between school and sports to do everything else they got to do, like your homework and eat.
Well, if you play for a school, practice is usually right after school. My daughter plays club hockey.
Not always, though, because, I mean, there are other sports going on and they may all need the same space, so you could, you know what I mean? Like I remember having to like go home, then turn around and come back because you have that weird like hour and a half to 2 hours in between where you don't really know what to do with it.
Yeah, it's a good point.
It sounds like leave it alone.
No, but there's a problem.
What?
There is. I just explained it to you.
What's the problem?
That the kids aren't getting enough sleep.
Oh, but the point, you're not. There's only so many hours in a day, and if you want these kids to do all these activities, you're supposed to be the smart ones, man.
What does that even mean?
You got 10 activities that don't change, right?
What do you
mean? So if they start here or they start there, what's the difference?
Okay.
The kid's going to be up later. He's going to get up a little later, but he's up later. So it's the same math.
Okay. So with that being said, 252.
That's Southern math, son.
No, but like your argument is just leave it alone.
Yeah.
And that doesn't seem like a viable option.
Because you think you're going to get some little genius coming out of this thing because he got an hour's of sleep?
I don't know. Like when it comes to my kid's brain development, I am a little bit concerned. I would like my kid's brain to develop as easy as possible. You know, she's already got genetics fighting that.
By the way, can't they just sleep in on the weekends and catch up?
No, so they, I mean, there's been several studies that show you can't really catch up on sleep.
I don't know how that really helps.
In fact, there are arguments being made by sleep scientists, yes, those are a thing, that say
sleep science.
You should be getting up at the same time every single day, even on the weekend, because you could throw your...
keep your regimen.
Yeah, you got it.
Your body clock.
Yeah.
You got to watch your body clock, Pat.
252 WCMF, the Fairport Central School District, the newest school district looking into moving back their start times for high school kids. Right now they start at 7:25. They're looking to move it an hour later, and the American Academy of Pediatrics says no middle school or high school student should start school before 8:30 in the morning. Tommy hates this idea. He doesn't know why. He doesn't have another solution.
Look at poor-ass countries that they got to get up early, stay up late, and they're all our doctors now.
You have did you hear
all my
what
doctors,
you just said? All my doctors, poor-ass countries.
Yes.
You're an idiot. Give me a single example of another country that you are aware of.
Rough-ass, tough country.
Give it to me.
Vietnam.
You got a Vietnamese doctor?
I did.
No, you didn't.
Well, he used to do my eyebrows. But he was like a surgeon.
This is so stupid.
Tough-ass country. What's that other one? Laos.
What's that other? You have a Laotian doctor.
It's so bad they call it Laos. It's tough.
Yes. Give me an example of... Shut up.
You're running from the snakes. You got to go to school. You got to kayak and paddle to class.
And then they come over and they become your doctor.
Hell, half of them are scientists.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. I'm going to talk to someone who hopefully isn't the dumbest person I've ever met in my life.
Well, I got a lot of sleep, so here you go.
Sarah, you're on CMF. How's it going? Kimmy, can I get phones? I'm sorry, Sarah. That was my fault. Sarah, how you doing? Go ahead.
I'm good. How are you?
Good, Sarah. What do you got?
So I'm from Buffalo, and they did this to me when I was going into my junior year of high school. and our start time I think was 7:15, and it shifted to 8:30.
Okay.
So there's, in my opinion, a big problem with this for high school students who work after school.
Oh, good
You
call.
legally can't work. You legally can't work under age 18 past 9 o'clock. So if by the time you get out of school and get your uniform on, and the job I worked at, you had to call in before your shift because they might push you back based on necessity. You're like delaying the process, so I would lose out on hours because by the time they would need me, they know they couldn't get the full 4 hours out of me.
Okay, that's a good catch. All right, so Sarah, I'll ask you this because I agree with you. There may be a flaw in this plan, and I do want to be clear. I think Fairport's trying to do the right thing here. There's just so many options, only so many options. So Sarah, if the kids need more sleep, but moving school back isn't an option, what's the solution?
I think there needs to be serious talks about the amount of work and pressure you put on kids for how much work they have to do after school.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Because 2 to 3 hours isn't conducive for a 14-year-old because they don't even retain that information. They're just doing all this extra work to test better, but not to actually retain it or do anything with it.
Hey, do you hear that person talking? Now, whether or not her idea is a good or
so it's too much activity.
Yes, I mean
less homework.
You got it. So whether or not that's doable, that's 1,000 times smarter than anything you've said this whole discussion.
But it's too much. But hold on. I even said your kid is doing too much.
No,
in the
you
afternoon.
said that to kiss my wife's ass. That's why you did that, because she's your Laotian doctor, apparently.
Well, Jamaica. It's a tough town.
She was born in America.
Yeah, but the roots, Jamaica.
Sarah, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Take care, Sarah.
By the way, she got a lot of sleep. She don't sound that smart.
My
Sarah.
wife?
No, Sarah.
Hold on, let me text my wife.
Sarah, not your
hey,
wife.
Honey, my Tommy. My Tommy says you are dumb because you didn't sleep enough. 252 WCMF. Look, you have a good take. Your take, Tommy.
Put him on.
Well, no, when Party Boat Mark is in lockstep agreement with you.
Yeah, he's partying, man.
Mark, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, fellas. Good morning. Good morning, Kimmy. Hey, so I say we just don't do anything. Leave it just the way it is. Everything's working fine.
Party on.
I mean, Kimmy, did you graduate high school?
Kimmy's on the phone, but she did graduate high school.
Yeah.
Yes, she did.
Okay. Did you graduate, Pat?
Barely, but I did.
Tommy, you?
Lied my way out.
He did.
Legitimate.
He gave a diploma.
Yeah. I should have repeated.
And I graduated high school. Look at us. Freaking genius.
All right, Mark.
We're all up and dressed, and it's not even 8 o'clock.
Mark, how old is your daughter now?
It's like a Mensa meeting when we get together and talk.
Mark, how old's your daughter now?
Stepdaughter.
Stepdaughter. 10. I'm sorry. 10, you said.
Yep.
Okay, so has she started all the activities and things where you're starting to see how little time there is for her to get all the stuff that she needs to get done?
Yeah.
And this doesn't concern you at all?
No.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the world's best stepdad, Party Boat Mark.
There you go.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of
So
the
you
day.
could stop some of the organized after-school activities. Maybe there's too much.
Look, I agree with that. with that.
I mean, if you're up till 9, 10 o'clock at night, maybe that's too much.
But then again, I mean, look, part of being a teenager is also figuring out what you want to do, what interests you. That goes into the hobbies you're going to have, the jobs you could have. Like, my daughter loves playing hockey.
Right.
If I'm going to look at my daughter and go, hey, listen, we got to cut back on hockey, first of all, look, I know I sound like a giant hypocrite here. She's going to flip the hell out. But if as a parent, I can go, but that's going to affect her being able to play.
But let me ask you this. So if you talk to a guy, like talk to an older Amherst, right, that came up in this, like, how was his day as a kid playing hockey compared to your daughter's? Like, how much organized hockey did they play?
Oh, it was way different. And again,
I'm not strength and conditioning and all the other stuff. Like, those guys probably played a lot of hockey by themselves.
Yes, bro, it's way different. And I'm not even talking about so my daughter can go play college or pro hockey. I'm just saying it's something she wants to do.
Right.
Right?
I understand.
And it's where her friends are. And like with the Future Business Leaders of America DECA thing she does. I mean, that's a good thing for her. I don't want her to have to give that up.
Well, business is up right now, man. The Dow was popping yesterday, brother.
So, like, I mean, we've put all these Jenga pieces in place, and you pull one and everything comes apart. But there has to be a piece that comes out. So what is it? I don't hate Sarah's idea, but then there's going to be the argument that, you know, if you don't give the work to these kids, they're going to slip in school, and look what happened when we had learned from home.
But, I mean, they got to have some time to themselves.
I agree.
You remember our buddy his kid was playing pee-wee football?
Yes.
And, like, there was, like, he was telling me, there was, like, 4 coaches on this team, and I was going to go out for a drink with him one night. And he goes, yeah, I can't. I got to go to this coach's house. I'm not making this up. and watch film. Like that's
it's Pee Wee football,
Pee-wee
bro. It's Pee Wee football.
This ain't the Giants, man. What are you, Parcell?
No, look, you're right. We take youth sports way too seriously.
It's too involved.
I agree with you 100%. But we're beyond the pale. We're past
It's like
that
these
point.
kids are semi-pro at 10.
I agree with you, bro. I just spent the weekend in Erie, Pennsylvania,
I know.
with my daughter playing 4
and
hockey
the money.
games.
Don't even get started with the money.
And they throw it at you.
Oh, sure they do.
The hockey and the money.
And the Erie.
252 WCMF. We got a lot of ladies waiting to weigh in here.
All right, well, let's be cool.
Again, I thought you were going to be cool. Are you not going to be cool?
Oh, I'm always cool with the ladies.
Fairport looking to move back their high schools, middle school start times due to kids not getting enough sleep. Let's talk to Nicole. Hey, Nicole, you're on CMF. What's up?
Hi. I live in Webster.
Okay.
And they did the same thing probably 3 to 4 years ago where they switched the school times.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't really see much of a difference. I had a son in grammar school, and then I had 2 boys in high school. And so my high school boys were sleeping in, and then my little guy was getting up at, 6 o'clock in the morning because he had to be to school so early. And they're really, like what you were saying, though, is they have more to get done. They're just staying up later.
Okay, so you saw them staying up later, and I guess that
and no
makes
difference.
Sense. All right, so Nicole, having been through this before, knowing the experience, having the exact thing that Fairport wants to do, if moving the schedule isn't going to do it, what can we do to get kids more sleep?
I don't know what the answer is to that.
Okay.
I just realized, though, that, like, my son, who's in 8th grade now, I think a lot of teachers take into consideration that these kids are stressed out. They have a lot of work to do. They have all these activities. He never has homework. And he's on the high honor roll every semester.
Ooh, I have a little smarty pants.
Honestly, I don't think that they're getting as much as they did before.
Okay, so you think schools are already starting to change the workload?
Consideration.
All right, it's
Okay.
too much.
All right.
The thing, though, too, with sports is, like, they're one of the few schools that have this time change.
Mm-hmm.
So the high school, it's like in middle school, they're getting out later. So when they have an after-school sports, like a soccer game or a wrestling tournament or something, these other schools are sitting there waiting for our kids. Because we're out an hour later.
Way
and
to hold everybody up, Nicole. Way to go. My kid's on the
know.
honor roll. I show up when I want.
And then, then you're getting home even later.
So everybody's screwed.
After the sporting events. And I don't know. I just think if they're going to do it, everybody should get on board.
You're busy as hell, right? Going to a radio station at 10 to 8, you should be making the beds.
Webster's been the only school who has done this in the last, 5 years. And so we're just I don't know. I don't see that much of a difference with an hour.
Okay.
I don't think 1 hour makes that much
she's
of a
with me.
difference at all.
I know. What?
Yeah,
Nicole,
she's with me.
Thank you for the call. I really appreciate it. No, she said something needed to change. She just said this wasn't it.
But she ain't seeing no change in what they're trying to do.
No, your argument was don't touch anything. Shut up.
And that's Latin.
Flopola?
Flopola.
From the Latin flopimus ominous. All right, I want to take one more real quick, only because she's been holding for so long. Erica, you got 30 seconds. What do we got here?
Erica,
you there?
Hello?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry. Nicole just stole all my thunder.
Okay, you can just hang up. It's cool. No big deal.
No, I was going to say everything she said, but the other problem that it has caused, because I'm from Webster as well, is that my neighbor has kids that are younger and kids that are older, and the older kids used to help with the younger kids, like get them on the bus, get them off the bus. Now the younger kids are going earlier and getting home earlier, so these parents have to pay for extra daycare for the younger kids because the older kids aren't around because they're going in later and getting out later. So it is causing issues where I think it needs to just be the same across the board.
Man, what about your selfish parents? What about me? What about my schedule? What about my car and my sleep? Me. No, Erica, I get it 100%. And, if it was the way it had always been, you find a way to make it work. It's that switch in the middle of when your kids are doing it where it's like, damn it, what do I do now?
Yeah.
And you got to
But
pay.
Nicole's really smart. I like Nicole.
Erica, thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day.
You told me that daycare is like insane.
I mean, yes, it's insane.
It's
yes.
like buying a car every year.
There are some districts that offer what they call wraparound care for like a really affordable cost. You can take your kid.
They kind of rebranded every generation.
Yeah.
Wait, like they'll watch your kid?
Yeah.
It's like an after-school thing.
All right, we got to move on. I appreciate the call. You know what the worst part about ordering pizza is?
Nothing.
Well,
Are you waiting for it?
Depending on where you're ordering it from. One place is large, is a different size, and a different place is large.
I always thought large was 16. 16-inch pizza.
There are some places where you get these massive ass large pizzas.
Ones, yeah.
Well, no, I'm not even okay. I think you
like the ones I see on Instagram.
Shut up.
World's largest pizza.
Shut up. If there was a way to order pizza by a unit,
like a size,
a standard measurement.
Oh, okay.
One company is now trying to do it, and this might be the smartest thing they've ever done.
All right.
We'll tell you all about it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Look, this company is not known for making great pizza.
All right.
In fact, their hook is it's not great, but it's cheap, so you're going to buy it on the way home. But what they're doing here might be brilliant.
Oh.
And I think that every pizza place should adopt this new way of selling pizza. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. After 8 o'clock, it's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Oh, yeah. Got to get our hate on.
That's right. A man who's upset with us for laughing about women dressing up sexy to try and meet Bills players.
Older women.
Camp. Well, 30 to 50.
Right.
And there are letters that we'll read every once in a while where Kimmy and I decide this is something Tommy will agree with, this take. And I think this might be one of those letters.
Because right now, I can't believe a guy would have this take.
Yeah, but you're very easily influenced.
I am. See?
We'll get to it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room of CMF. Little Caesars.
Oh.
They appear to be moving towards
What's that?
Selling their pizza by the yard.
So
just
a 36-inch whole pie?
First of all, I'm really impressed you knew that there were 36 inches in a
yard. I had to think about it.
All right, so Tommy, yes, it would
That's a big, but the whole...
No. They would sell it in a square, long way.
Okay, so that's
pizza.
what I was wondering. Like, is that the diameter of the pizza?
The length. It would be the length of the pizza.
Or is it one
How
long
wide is
pizza?
So it's 8 pieces. So it would be 2 pieces wide, 8 pieces long. It would be 3 feet of pizza, 1 yard.
But straight, not okay.
Straight down.
Straight
they're testing this in 2 cities right now to see how it goes.
It's a weird shape, though.
Why? It's like a sheet pizza, but like a third of it, right?
Yeah.
Is a sheet pizza about 3 feet of pizza?
Well, you eat it more than I do.
I know, like
sheet pizza's got to be close.
Like a yard long, right?
Yeah, but I wonder then, is it thinner than your average sheet pizza?
Well, we're also going on Rochester sheet pizza.
Sure.
Which is thicker than the outside sheet
I
pizza.
didn't mean like thin in that way. I meant more, is it more like rectangle than square?
Yeah, it's rectangle. So it'll be 2 pieces, one on each side.
Gotcha.
And like, here's the thing. This is a legitimate problem when you order pizza. Because when you go to a pizza place, if you order a medium or large, you don't know what that place's medium is compared to another place's medium.
I thought it was always 8, 12, 16.
Oh, is that what man who doesn't eat pizza? Man who doesn't eat pizza?
I ate pizza when I was a fat ass.
Yeah, back before we switched to the system we have now, it was like 2 hens and a stone. It was the size of the pizza. No, Kimmy, you know what I mean. Like, there are some places where you order a large pizza, you get it to your house, and it's double the size of a standard large pizza.
I don't think I've ever been surprised in a positive way at the size of the large pizza.
Oh, you've been disappointed.
Yes, because... Because sometimes like they'll list it by like slices.
Okay.
The large.
Yeah, you get 8 slices out of a standard large, right?
But then you open it and you're like, it's 8 slices, but it's a little.
It's not a Kimmy slice.
They cut back a little bit.
What's a Kimmy slice?
It's a wide slice.
I love a wide slice.
She's a wide slice woman. In love with a good time, man.
I thought we were doing Santana. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like have you ever gotten a pizza and a large pizza and thought that's about what it should be? I think it's either one way or the other.
No, I'm with
expecting.
you. So now we have a standard unit of measure for pizza, $20 a yard. I'll take a yard of pizza. It even rolls off the tongue. Give me a yard of pizza.
How do you carry that around, though?
It has it, because it's... How do they deliver it? On a ski rack?
It's 3 feet. It's not that long.
But it's narrow, right?
Yeah.
So how many slices do you get?
8 slices.
I'm worried.
So that's a standard 8. That's a standard pie then. Right?
You can cut any size pizza in 8 slices.
I know, but I'm trying to wrap my head because
8 slices.
If a pizza ain't pointy, I get confused. It's got to be your standard triangular pizza.
No, but there's lots of places in Rochester that sell square pizza.
I know, that throws me off.
Here's my problem with the extra long pizza. Too much crust.
Well, no. Yeah, you're right.
It's going to be too much crust.
Yeah, because it's all crust
sauce
all the way
cheese.
around.
All pizza is all crust, you idiot, with sauce and cheese on it.
You're so mad.
I hate
No,
when
you got 3-side crust.
You got 4-side crust. It's a rectangle.
No, because in the middle, it's going to be touching each other. So the parts, it's not going to be a square, fully crusted pizza slice, is it?
What?
How would you do that?
Right? You said it would have 4 sides of crust, and I say, how could that be?
No, how could it not have 4 sides of crust? How do you
on the side? The side crust, not the bottom crust.
No, you idiot. How would you make a pizza without crust along all of the outside? How would that be possible?
Because the center, they touch. Like this.
Jimmy, are you understanding what he's saying?
I'm not really sure. I can't. I'm not following your.
Okay, so
explanation.
if it's two slices wide, right, and they're square slices, okay.
This is bringing me back to like taking the freaking Regents math test.
Well, y'all
if you
flunking
have two
pizza.
slices of pizza,
Because
and
according to you,
four
it's a
sides of crust.
four-sided crusted pizza.
All right, here's what we're gonna do.
In love with a good time.
All right, I got.
You're gonna try to
no, but shut up, because I don't understand what you're saying. All right, here's a square. Okay, see this? Along the outside is all crust.
There's too much edge.
Crust.
But when you slice it,
yeah, slice. So some wouldn't have crust, some would.
that's my point.
Okay, you didn't say that, you dumbass.
That's what because you can't say four crusted slice of pizza. Don't make no sense. Non-pizza eating ass.
If you get a sheet pizza,
In love with a good time, man.
If you get a sheet pizza, there's plenty of pieces in the middle that don't have crust.
Right. I understand.
No, you don't. You don't understand that.
That's what I was trying to say.
This is not what you were saying. Where's your Vietnamese doctor to explain it to you?
Give me a good Laotian slice of goddamn pizza.
252 WCMF.
It's too much. You're cockamamie this pizza up.
Little Caesars is experimenting selling pizza by the yard. It would be a rectangle, 3 feet, 36 inches of pizza. It's $20 a yard of pizza where they're testing this out. It'll have 8 slices. All right. Chris is here to try and do the Tommy to English dictionary. He's on CMF. Hey, Chris, what's up, buddy? Chris, you there?
Morning.
Go ahead, bud.
Yeah. So is it long like a sub?
Kind of looks that way. Yeah, it looks that way, yeah.
Okay, so then Tommy's right, because if you cut a sub, you're not getting the, you know, how you have the end pieces. if you cut the sub or the pizza, you're not going to have crust all around. It's going to be.
I got it. I got that, Chris. He was saying it would only have 3 sides of crust, which did make sense.
Uncircumcised.
No, he said it was going to have 3. You said it was going to have 4.
No, yes, that's what I'm saying.
Well, the whole pizza.
The whole pizza would have 4 sides of crust, because that's what a pizza is.
But you don't eat it like that. Well, you do in your family.
No, wait a minute. Every piece would have crust because of
That's why I'm saying it's too much crust.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not going to all have crust, though, because it's the middle crust. Even if you
can't
have
get enough of that crusty stuff.
Tommy, you're right.
No, listen to me. Chris, listen to me. Listen to what I'm telling you, okay? If it's 8 pieces of pizza, all right, that means they're cutting it down the middle and cutting it 3 times down the way, okay?
I just got it.
Okay.
Right.
Chris, doesn't matter. Have a good rest of the day. Every piece would have crust on it.
I will say this. I think like the crust is going to be too thick because it's thinner. Like
it doesn't sound appealing.
I don't even know what words I'm trying to use.
It doesn't sound appealing. It doesn't sound like a. I understand what you're saying, but I don't see why people would want that.
I'm sweating.
There's less surface area on this pizza for cheese and sauce.
Well, how so? You could just push it all the way up to the crust.
If you do that, but I'm thinking like you're just gonna get a piece of bread, a long piece of bread with some sauce on it.
That's what pizza is.
Yeah, but I don't like it like that.
You're almost getting like a tomato pie.
I'm with Tommy.
More than a pizza.
I'm about the triangular slices.
Okay, all right. We're gonna stop talking. I'm legitimately sweating. I'm so angry.
I'm saying right now they better cancel this. It's a bomb. It ain't gonna work.
Again, it's only being tested in 2 cities.
Yeah,
so
why
it's
mess with a
yet.
good thing? Just leave it how it is.
I mean, these kids are sleeping in later. They're doing too much homework. Now you're going to whip this weird pizza on them. It's too much.
It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. And
this
man, no, I hate you with the passion of 1,000 suns.
I hate
right
Kimmy
now.
too, and everybody else.
I'm not in on the pizza.
Okay, no. If Kimmy doesn't like the pizza, that's fine. It's the fact that you don't understand.
I know crust, bro.
Shut up. Yeah, I know. I met your mom.
That would mean that I know crust.
Well, I mean, you came out of it. Maybe that's why it was all crusty in the first place. There was a man that's furious with us for laughing about women getting all dressed up, women between 30 and 50 going out to try and meet Bills players at camp. And it comes off of a story involving one of Kimmy's friends that we told you about last year when we told you this was coming back this year. And the bottom line is this. There's no reason for this man to be this furious, but I am confident after reading this letter that this is one of these hates that Tommy's going to listen to and go, you know what?
Well, I mean...
Next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This is a letter that sounds more like a personal issue than an issue with what we were talking about. Like something happened in this man's life to lead him to react this way.
Oh.
Because, Tommy, in this letter, he's going to throw out a theory that can actually be backed up by numbers, yet at the same time also has to be complete BS.
Let's hear it.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. It's Wednesday, it's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week, and it was about 2 weeks ago. We told you that Bills tight end Dawson Knox was bringing his kids' football camp back to Nazareth College this summer.
Yeah.
Happens right before St. John Fisher training camp. And we laughed about it because Kimmy has a friend who loves Dawson Knox.
Yeah. A handsome kid.
Oh, yeah. Very, very. But your friend has no kids, Kimmy.
No. She would have no connection to this.
So last summer, her plan was to borrow a friend of yours' kid to drive him to camp every day just to get close to Dawson Knox.
Catch a glimpse.
And in that discussion, we went on to talk about how strange it is at camp that you will see a ton of moms, anywhere from late 20s to mid-50s, all dressed up, tight jeans, heels.
Oh, yeah. Hot hags. Here they come.
With their kids when they go to see the Bills at Fisher.
And they're louder than Canadian geese.
And these women who have no chance with these 20-something millionaires do not care, it seems.
And it's creepy as hell if you think about it.
Yeah, it is pretty creepy.
It's lady creep.
But we thought it was funny, and we laughed about it, and then we moved on.
Right.
Well, apparently it's not. It's not funny. It's not funny.
What happened to America, Pat?
I'll say this.
Yes, sir.
As insane as this man's anger may be with us for our discussion, we always believe we can tell which letters Tommy will agree with. And I think this might be one of them.
Okay.
Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck. A man who's angry about a Dawson Knox hot mom break we did. Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
Not everything is a big joke, and you have to be aware of how some of your talk segments can be downright mean and inappropriate.
Ooh.
I heard a segment about women dressing up for Bills camp and trying to cheat on their husband. Why is that funny to you? The destruction of the American family? Is a one-parent household because of a mother who can't keep her legs closed a laughing matter? It's talk like that which gives women the green light to go out and do whatever they want with strange men. Women never cheated or stepped out on their marriage until the last few years. Now you have women meeting men online, rekindling old flames, abandoning their duties as mothers and wives for the sake of passion and sex. It's destroying what made this country so strong. And I turn on the radio to hear you laughing about it? Well, I've got news for you. It's not funny, and you can laugh all you want, but as this continues to spread, it will one day affect you, and you'll realize the mistake you've made. Sincerely, Norris.
Not funny!
Not funny, destruction of the American family.
Okay, so first off.
Nobody started cheating until a couple years ago.
First off. Yeah, right? Norris's wife left him, didn't she?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
this sounds like a personal letter.
I'm guessing all women have left Norris.
Like, that's the only reason you would write this letter.
Yeah.
Second, have either of you ever met a Norris?
No.
I have.
You've met a Norris?
But he was from, I think, Turkey?
Oh.
Oh, a Turkish Norris.
Turkish.
That makes sense, yeah.
A Turkish Norris sounds like a pastry you would get in a weird bakery.
It sounds delicious.
Can I get a Turkish Norris?
Yeah, the only Norris I've ever met.
But here's the thing. This might be someone who, based on the name, will be easily identifiable to people listening to the show right now.
Old Norris?
You don't come across a lot of Norrises.
No.
All right, Tommy? Norris is upset. We laughed at women trying to cheat on their husbands with Bills players, which, by the way, we don't know that that's what they're trying to do. They could just trying to feel good about themselves.
It's true.
Does Norris have a point about women today stepping out, Joe Jackson style?
Yeah, that song was written like 40 years ago, man. And Kimmy doesn't even know who Joe Jackson is. It has nothing to do with the Jackson 5.
Into the light.
It's a great tune.
It is a great song. Women today cheating on their husband versus women in the past not.
No, cheating's been going on since day one.
Oh.
It's in the Bible people cheated.
So you're telling me today, Tommy, women aren't loose and throwing their bodies around way more than they were back in the day?
I mean, they may be getting a little bit looser, but loose didn't. I can't say loose started now. It's just loose is out of control.
Well, I think.
Wait, that means there's more loose then?
There is more loose.
Oh, so you agree with Norris?
Well, to a degree. He's making it sound like these women found out they're like the pioneers of being dirty moms. Dirty moms been around a long time, man.
I think it was easier to cheat back in the day and not get caught, but I do think that there are just more opportunities today to cheat in general, just based on the fact that you're interacting with more people than you may have been, 20, 30 years ago.
I mean, I will say this.
Oh, here we go. Oh, buckle up, everybody. Norris has a few good points.
They are skimping around a lot more back than my day. Like
Today
how they dress today compared to 20, 30 years ago. You didn't know who. There was cheating. You just didn't know who. Now it's just all out there.
That's your flaw, my friend. You think that everybody that dresses a certain way are cheaters, and that's not true.
You're absolutely right. But y'all look like you up to no good.
Oh, for God's sakes, man.
You're bare cheeking.
So there were no hot
bare-legged.
moms.
There were hot moms, but there wasn't a lot of like skanked out hot moms. If they did, they worked at a bar near the airport.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Norris is actually right about one thing.
What's that?
Statistically, married women are having more affairs today than back in the day. In fact, 300% more compared to the women of the 1960s. 5% of married women in the 1960s admitted to having affairs compared to 15% now. And numbers never lie, except maybe they do. Because, Tommy, what did your mother do all day when you and your siblings were at school?
The postman. No, I mean, who knows? Who knows?
Okay, exactly. Your dad didn't have a way of getting a hold of her whenever he wanted.
And no woman was ever going to admit to it because of the scandal it would cause.
That's my point.
Yeah. So, yes.
Right?
You're absolutely right.
If you think only 5% of women, married women in the 50s and 60s, were having affairs, you're an idiot. Of course, there were more cheating on their husbands, but those women were expected to be servants. They had no say as to what happened day to day.
They had no rights.
And they had to be connected to your dad and guys like that. Exactly. Yeah. So it's not that, I'm throwing a theory out, it's not that women are cheating more today. It's that women feel less judged by admitting to having an affair.
Because women are more empowered now, to your point.
Yes.
Women don't need men like they needed them 60, 70 years ago. Yeah. They just don't.
100%. And
so now they're on the loose.
And there were plenty of options for those women back in the day to cheat, right? The butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker.
Especially while your dad was out probably doing the same thing.
Exactly. That's what's so funny. You had two people just banging other people thinking, she's a good woman and she'd never do that to me.
Yeah.
By the way, that candlestick maker, he got a special candle for you.
Well, hopefully it isn't lit.
The other thing that makes me laugh about this letter from Norris, other than the fact that he signed his name, Norris, on the bottom of it, you'd think that after you read it, no man has ever cheated on his wife ever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, quote.
No man has ever admitted to cheating on his wife.
A quote from Norris's letter. Is a one-parent household because of a mother who can't keep her legs closed a laughing matter? It's a serious question he asked in this letter. If Norris wants to use numbers that show women are cheating more, let's talk about who's more likely to cheat now. Because statistically, men are more likely to cheat on their wives, if you go by the numbers, than women are more likely.
They're more sexually aggressive.
But here's the thing. I personally don't even believe there's that much of a gap. Again, it comes down to who's comfortable talking about it. But it doesn't change the fact that at minimum, Tommy, men are just as likely to blow up their marriage and split up a family as women are.
Yeah, and the dude needs somebody to cheat with.
Well, he could be cheating with a single woman.
Yeah, but sometimes a lot of times
you're assuming
two-timing man.
They get together whenever they can. But most of the guys I know that cheated
is with two cheaters.
Yeah, cheated with other, because it was like mutual destruction. You know, you're going to keep your mouth shut, so am I.
Sure.
Oh,
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, because usually most of the people I knew that cheated met at work, so you kind of knew each other. You know what I mean?
You're making a lot of people feel very uncomfortable right now. They're hearing signs and tells.
Bro, there was so much. I saw so much slinking around back in the day. It was just amazing.
Wait, you saw some slinking in a stinky?
Bro, I saw Slinky Stinky. That was the name of the bar next to the store. The Slinky Stinky.
252 WCMF. Norris writes us our hate mail of the week this week, coming off of just a joke. Quick little fun thing we were talking about. Dawson Knox's football camp.
America.
Coming back. Kimmy's friend who wanted to meet him and wanted to borrow somebody's kid, and the moms that dress all
they get fined.
Sexy like.
They get fined.
You nailed it.
They're wearing club clothes in the afternoon.
To beat these 20-year-old millionaires.
That ain't right.
Norris says that it's not funny we were laughing about it, that it's the destruction of the American family, that women today can't keep their legs closed, and we shouldn't be laughing about it because one day it'll happen to you. So if you go through Norris's letter to figure out what he's trying to say, it means Norris believes either A, women shouldn't leave their husbands if they catch them cheating because it's women that are causing the destruction of the family.
Once okay, two times go away.
2, a man cheating isn't even reason enough for a woman to want to leave, but her cheating is reason enough for him to be able to leave, which is interesting. Or 3, Women are more likely to leave a marriage after an affair to be with another man that she cheated on their husband with. And again, in that sentence, we see this old school idea of men cheat because women are hot. Women cheat because of emotion.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that?
Yeah.
You do. Hey, Kimmy.
Hey, Kimmy.
Remember what started this letter? Mom's getting dressed up for Bills players. Kimmy, you think your friend wants to borrow a kid because she has an emotional connection to Dawson Knox?
No. And I also want to point out, you go against yourself with the argument you just said, because you said most of the time men you knew that cheated were cheating with somebody who was also cheating.
Yes.
Because of the thrill of it.
Well, it was also, yes, but it was also like we're both tied to something, so you're not gonna blow me in, I'm not gonna blow you in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But why, I guess, wouldn't she be kind of cheating for the same reason he would be?
Because that's not how women's brains work, Kimmy. Let Tommy explain to you how a woman's brain works.
I will say this, that women are more emotionally attached than the guys that I knew that the guys that I knew that cheated.
But you didn't know the women.
Well, yeah, I did. I worked with some of them.
But they would tell you that, like, they are in love
I mean,
with this person.
I love him so much.
Like, how much did they
He
really...
works at the Winn-Dixie next to Tommy. I have an emotional attachment to him.
They're at this stanky danky next door.
It fell off.
Like, how much would they have really confided in you the way they felt about this person?
The women or the guys?
Either, really.
Well, the guys would just brag. You know, guys just brag.
Yeah, to you.
Oh, yeah,
but I don't know.
Say, I love her.
Yeah.
I love her, Tommy.
I will say this, like, the amount of times, like, the chick would get pissed off at the dude about something.
Okay.
Because he was bragging to you, probably.
Yeah, but like, you never saw the dude getting pissed off at the chick.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
in front of anybody.
Well, maybe so.
Yeah.
I mean, I can only tell you what I saw.
Yeah.
And it seemed like there was a lot more emotion,
Huh.
on the female side than on the dude side. The dude was just, it was the thrill of the cheat. Like, this one buddy of mine, like, he just loved having sex behind his wife's back. Like, he would even tell you, like, it was thrilling to know he was going to have sex with this woman and then go home and she didn't know.
That is the worst thing I've ever heard in my life.
But that's what cheating is.
Yeah,
No,
but
I
I think
he I will tell you this. He found it thrilling to have sex with this chick and have sex with his wife in the same night. Like, he felt that made him like a man. Like, he could pull that off.
Oh.
And she did not know.
Oh.
And that was his thrill.
Oh.
And he couldn't get enough of it. I know a lot of guys like that.
I do think not to
Call
that
South
extent.
Florida, baby.
Not to that extent,
Sunny
maybe.
place full of shitty people. Shady.
Okay.
Either way.
We both own.
So did she. But you know what I'm saying? Like, there was a thrill to it that I don't think these girls
No, the
knew
thrill
this.
goes both ways. I think that sneaking around, kind of forbidden thing.
Yeah, forbidden fruit. I get it.
I'm not saying, like, maybe to the extent your buddy found it thrilling. But I think that part of that initial attraction is you want what you can't have.
Well, no, I mean, think about it.
For both sides.
Look, in the defense of Tommy and Norris, it would make sense that these women that started this discussion that are going to Bill's camp all dressed up, all sexy as moms, right? They're probably into Matt Milano because he writes poetry. That's probably the reason they want to get close to Matt Milano.
Totally.
Does he write poetry?
No. He doesn't speak.
All we know about Matt Milano is that he likes house music. That's about it.
A lot of poets don't speak. That's why they write poetry.
I've never seen his poetry. He may. I don't know.
I don't even know what his voice sounds like.
I don't either, now that you bring it up. If women are cheating...
He sounds just like Mitch McConnell. So weird.
Right, like when he was trying to call a defense?
Yeah, I'm trying to block over here. You guys are just grabbing.
Maybe that's why the season went so poorly, because he's blocking, playing middle linebacker.
That's the problem.
If women are cheating more, it might be because we as men are so stupid that they can only tolerate us for so long. Because the thought process looks like it's, I'm so good looking and a great husband.
You just don't think it can happen to you.
She must be into Dawson Knox for his personality? Because that's what this argument is.
Yeah.
That's what your argument is.
But I will say this. There's no shame in cheating like there was 50, 60 years ago.
Oh, I disagree strongly.
Oh, I think,
no, my
I think
God,
more
if you
people
cheated
know
back-
about it now.
What's that?
I think more people know about cheating and things like that.
But it's
Just
not the
based-
scarlet letter that it was 60 years ago.
All right.
If my mother cheated back in a
Yeah.
day, her family was done with her.
I get what you're saying.
You know, everything. She was just a whore, and nobody wanted anything to do with her.
How is that any different than now?
Shouldn't have said that. But But you know what I mean.
I know. I get what you're saying. Saying.
Broken marriages, mixed marriages. It's just different now. It's a more open society. It's probably a good thing.
Not according to Norris, it's not.
And women don't need us anymore. They just don't need us. So she has way more options on her plate.
Yeah.
If she wants to get sexed up and go look at Dawson Knox in the afternoon, that's not going to keep her. She's not going to lose her job over that. She can still go get communion.
No, I don't think you get communion after getting sexed up over Dawson Knox.
Really?
That's 4 years of Catholic school talking.
All right.
Covered that specifically in theology.
Wow.
So there's a rule.
What's the rule?
That is, well, the rule already exists, but a way for folks to enforce it coming from a town just east of us. And you're going to love this idea.
Oh.
Because you hate smells. You hate smells of all
Who likes to stink,
well,
man?
No, but like
I love Stinky Town.
You do have a very sensitive nose.
But here's the thing, man. The problem is not in the rule. The problem is in the enforcement of the rule because smells are subjective, bro.
No, they're not.
And who gets the Supreme Court of nostrils, the Supreme Court of schnoz? We'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. In theory...
What's a theory?
This is a good idea.
Yeah.
And I know Tommy will back up this idea 100%. The problem is the practice of enforcing it. Because there isn't a test that determines what is too much. And when
it kind of is.
Well, here's the problem, smart guy. When it comes to this, everyone's opinion of this is so bad it has to change is different. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it. There is a change afoot in Seneca Falls.
What's going on at Seneca Falls?
And we're not talking about the upcoming Women's Hall of Fame induction.
Oh.
The town is giving residents a new way to report offensive odors. So it was announced last week that folks who live in the town, or if you have a business you own, can call, email, or show up in person to the code enforcement office to file a deposition for a complaint about, and I quote, unreasonably offensive odors.
Stank.
You got it. So there's been an issue in the area with reported problems at the Seneca Meadows landfill, which sounds like a nice place.
It does. This is a different town.
Different
completely
than
the other one.
Yeah, you got it. Now,
but the stank's coming over to the landfill.
Well, so here's the thing.
The dump pump.
The landfill, your mom was there? The landfill was not specifically mentioned in the announcement by the town.
But you know where the ass of the town is.
I'm saying it seems that the policy may have been changed because of the landfill, but they don't specifically mention it. So, Tommy, you see this policy, and whether it's the landfill or a house in the neighborhood or whatever, you see this as a good thing.
Yeah, I can't live with stink.
Okay.
Nobody can.
No, but it doesn't. But it is the one thing where it seems like most of the problems causing the stink, there's really nothing you can do about it.
Well, no, there are things you can do.
They have, there's chemicals and stuff they could probably
That's
spray.
That's not what I meant, you idiot.
Okay.
Well, I was just, because I mean, most of the people that live near these things, it just seems like something they've lived with.
With the landfill specifically, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. But they're past the landfill issue.
Okay.
There is a massive problem.
What's that?
What is an unreasonably offensive odor? Because this will be used
You can't breathe?
This will be used against businesses and citizens in the town at some point, too. And the term unreasonably offensive odor is a completely subjective phrase. There are smells that you guys don't like that others find attractive.
Like, give me a foul smell. I would find foul.
Yeah.
That is somebody would go, oh, God, I love that
Cologne,
smell.
perfume.
That's not foul.
I was thinking like exhaust.
Okay.
Like, it's not necessarily a smell it's a smell that you may be used to or live with, and other people may think I can't live next to somebody whose car smells like that.
Cigarette smoke.
Yeah, because it could be overwhelming.
No, I understand, but there are people who love the smell of cigarette smoke, and there are people
smokers.
That's my
and
point.
Gamblers,
you idiot,
and degenerates.
How do you determine what is unreasonably offensive just compared to offensive, which wouldn't be illegal?
I'll tell you what. If something smells like it's rotting, can we agree on that? Like it's a rotting smell,
but there are
not toxic, not overwhelming. Because you could just get a whiff of a dead body, and you can't say, just a little whiff of a dead body. It's kind of pleasant.
Okay, everybody hates the smell of a dead body.
Right.
If there's a dead body, fine. Then we can
so
call
there's
someone.
our strike line.
No.
Death.
Okay,
Number one.
That's what we all agree on.
No dead stinking.
Okay. So you're telling me that places that have like processing plants can't exist then?
Have you ever been near a rendering plant?
They have to exist.
It is gagging. That's why they put them out in Nebraska where nobody lives.
But they have to exist. And
I understand.
Okay. So what do you do there, smart guy?
Okay. How about this? If it affects the town's lifestyle.
What does that mean?
You can't go outside.
Okay, but again, there are people that can. Let me give you an example of what I mean here with the problem. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You can put a limit on how many cats a person can have. If the limit is 5, and town code enforcement is called, and they go there and they have 7 cats, that person's in trouble. If someone or something, some house is affecting the nose of someone in the neighborhood, who gets to make the final call?
They need to bring in a machine. Like a stinkometer.
There's not a... You mean what they brought to all your shows you did back in the day? Always hit 100. Is that the code enforcement officer's job? That person doesn't live next door to the offending odor.
He's got to bring it. You got to have you have to have an official town nose.
Okay, but then what if that person smoked for years and they're nose deaf?
You don't get smokers to be the town nose.
You get whoever
I need
applies.
a pure virgin nose.
Pure virgin nose?
Yeah.
Now we're going down some weird ass like Indiana Jones stuff.
What about like just their garbage? Something as simple as that.
garbage stinking.
Yeah.
I mean, it's garbage.
Right.
You know, what do you do about it? I got to put my garbage somewhere.
Yeah, where's it go?
Well, it goes to the landfill. Then they need.
No, I'm saying, like, let's say I got a really smelly garbage. It goes out on Monday. It's going to bother you.
Whatever
all the
you're
way till
putting in there
Friday.
is stinky.
Well, it's that bad. Your garbage is. What are you cooking?
Well, I just collected all the stuff for the rendering plant. My buddy works there, and they need a place to put it. What about something like ethnic food? If you live near a Chinese restaurant, someone who makes Indian food.
Love to smell of Chinese food.
Okay, but that Indian food smell can be brutal, despite the fact that it's delicious. Do you have to shut it down?
I will say this: if the smell is a health hazard, because just the smell of an ethnic food is not a health hazard.
Okay.
Where garbage would be a health hazard, correct?
Okay, yeah, sure. Fair.
Cigarette smoke,
Health
exhaust.
hazard. Okay, all right. The smell
mouth.
the smell of a cat house is not a health hazard. It's not. The smell of it is not.
You mean you talking about the people with all the cats?
Yeah.
No, they spread disease.
No, but the smell is not a health hazard. The smell will not kill you.
But it leads to the cat, which leads to disease.
Shut up.
And the rat and everything else.
You know I'm right. There's no way to actually do this the right way. It's impossible.
There has to be. What if I'm gagging? I'm gagging from the smell.
I fight off gags every single morning listening to you talk, and I have called the town and the city enforcement officer multiple times, and they won't come down.
I feel bad for people that have to live like this because you can't get away from it.
No, I agree with you, but
and it ruins your life.
Sure.
Especially when we're going into like nice weather coming up, right?
Oh, I love how we were just like, I don't get to sit on my patio with my broken fire thing that I have a cover for and cushions I take inside every night. You bitch ass East Side bitch.
But that's called living. I like a standard of living.
No, that's not called living. That's called being obnoxious.
Sitting out on my patio.
Oh no! Having a folding chair with a cup of coffee, that's sitting out on your patio.
What am I doing?
What you have is opulence.
I ain't got no opulence.
I ain't got no opulence is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
I ain't got no opulence in this town. It's stinky little brown town. Go inside. Go to church. Pray for better weather.
252 WCMF. The town of Seneca Falls is instituting a new way to take care of offensive odors. You can now go to the code enforcement office, place in person, call or email. You can file a deposition
to the PU meter
to complain about unreasonably offensive odors. And this probably has something to do with the landfill out there, although it's not mentioned in this thing, but it will apply to homes and businesses as well. And the question is, with something as subjective as an unreasonably offensive odor, how do you decide what is too smelly and what is smelly enough where it gets to stay?
Okay.
Let's talk to Excelente Joe. Hey, Joe, how you been, buddy?
I'm good. Good to talk to you guys. You know, offensive smells are horrific. My good friend Jerry went to a restaurant. The valet had BBO, beyond body odor. He couldn't get that smell out of that car. This law is needed. I am fully behind it.
Is this a Seinfeld episode?
Yes, this is Joe. He calls up and relates everything to a Seinfeld episode because Joe has nothing better to do. All right, Joe, then if we're going to be behind this, who gets the final smell say in this town?
I think you bring in an impartial judge, maybe Newman. He can go either way. My buddy Newman can go either way. You go impartial, and that's how you figure it out, and you get a judgment.
Joe, we missed you so much, buddy.
Yeah,
Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
All right, love you guys.
Love you too. There goes Joe. Do you have to test to who has the strongest nose? Because there are jobs like wine tester, sommelier.
Yeah. Perfumers, they do all that stuff too.
Yeah. So but those people are expensive.
You know, you get
what you get?
A Frenchman. They deal with smell,
bro.
All their food, the cheese, the wine. That's what you got. You got to import a Frenchman to do it.
Okay, but isn't Europe known for being a little funky in the summertime, and it doesn't bother them?
I know, but they know funk.
No, but that's what I'm saying is you would be pissed if you brought someone European because that's not going to bother them.
All right, so who's got what country has a little bitch nose then?
America?
A non-smelly nose.
I think it would be us. Do we?
Man, our city's rotten, bro.
And we live in them.
Yeah. We need a you need a sensitive nose.
Okay, so I think we might have the most sensitive noses. We ply ourselves with perfume and deodorant. We shower every single day. It's a standard in America. We might be.
We're also fat and sweaty.
Okay, but that's why we keep doing these things. We might have the most sensitive noses in the world.
There you go.
Which means you're being a bitch. You're a sissy ass bitch nose.
So you know who you got to hire?
Who's that?
Me.
No, because you.
I'm an American.
No, okay.
I dress like an American.
You do not dress like you actually dress like a Frenchman.
Well, thank you.
Not a compliment. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Peter. Hey, Petey, what's up, buddy?
Duffy, what's going on?
Yo.
Listen, I drive by those landfills 3 times a day. We have drivers going out there all the time. It's bad. Muley is absolutely right. It's just too much odor. Plus, we've got the fields that are sprayed with manure. It's brutal out there. It really is. On a warm day, you really got to roll up the windows. You got to turn the air conditioning on. You got to cover your mouth. It's that bad.
Okay, but he brings up another good point. There's a lot of agriculture out there, and some of them are big industrial farms.
Agriculture does stink, man.
Okay, so if I live in a house that's positioned near a property that is spreading manure, they need to do that.
Right.
It's also an unreasonably offensive odor. How do you mitigate that, Tommy?
Well, yeah, you probably can't.
Oh, you can't.
Well, it's a farm. It's out.
No.
It's at. Because you're not starting a farming operation in the middle of a town.
There are people that own
but
property.
I'm sure it maybe travels quite that smell. I don't know
travel.
how far away you have to be to be out of range of that smell.
Peter, you can back me up on this. Being out in the country, there are those little houses that are right on the line of those farms there that would smell
They
that
are
all day.
right underneath the hill, some of them. It's just so bad. When you hit Waterloo, it's just brutal. When you're leaving Farmington, Canandaigua, Farmington area, you're going right into that landfill. And then you've got another one.
You're an ass country, son.
It's just so much. And then when we're back to Macedon, we're hitting the Fairport one. It's pretty bad.
Petey,
it really is.
It's the devil's triangle of stank.
The devil's taint is what they call it.
It's the devil's triangle.
Thanks, Petey.
All right, so here's what you do. We all need to agree on something that we would all find offensive.
Okay.
And if it reaches that level, then we have to do something about it. So we would need something big, stinky thing that you would use that everybody agrees on. This thing is stanky. What could that possibly be, Pat?
Oh, what do you
A
think?
big, fat, stanky thing that we all agreed if it reaches that threshold of stank, then we shut her down.
What do you think that could be?
I don't know. I'm asking her. What you got?
I got nothing.
Kimmy, got any thoughts?
I have no idea.
Big, fat, stank. Man, you can't even do it.
It's not her bit. You
Yeah,
bitch.
Oh, she jumps in all the time, man.
I'm not.
She jumped
you
in.
doubled down with a couple
You
things
jump
you
in
said,
like
so
Gene
I'm
when
out
it's
on this
convenient.
one.
She jumps in like Gene when it's convenient.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know what's going to cause the biggest issue with this policy?
What's that?
It's not going to be the landfill. It's not going to be the marijuana. Or, excuse me, it's not going to be the manure. It's going to be marijuana smoke.
Wait, what do you mean? Like
Okay,
people
so-
just walking around burning one?
Yeah, or growing. Look, marijuana, you
You
can
smell it a lot more, I would say.
You'll soon be able to grow legally in your own backyard. I know people are doing it already. Don't call me. Right?
But you're only growing a few plants.
Yeah, but those plants can get right.
By the way, the person that's growing those plants is probably also using it to smoke it. Things like
Right, so
it's not just going to be the smell of the plants.
So here's the thing. The smell of marijuana smoke is not unreasonably offensive to me.
That's like a campfire.
It doesn't bother me.
Right.
But there are people who are deeply bothered and find it unreasonably
Well,
offensive.
it's funny you bring that up because old neighbors, they don't live in our area anymore. Their kid used to go out and burn one in the backyard. And my wife, I think as soon as he lit that reefer up, man, she was like, hey, he's smoking.
So there you go. So your wife could make the complaint that what he's doing, which is completely
She didn't.
illegal, but she could.
She was cool.
And you would back her up because you're a
No,
coward
I ain't
ass.
backing her up. I fake back her up, yes.
That's what I'm saying. Because not only are you a coward.
Known hider.
Oh, you could do that.
I don't know if you can hide from that.
We'll take one more call, 252 WCMF. Who gets the final smell out in Seneca Falls with their new odor policy? Danny's got the last word. Hey, Danny boy, what's up?
Hey. So with this smell thing, I mean, I'm out by Auburn sometimes, and I just feel like I can smell that landfill from there.
Okay, I can barely hear you, Danny. Danny, your phone's killing me, buddy. Can you get off speakerphone?
Sorry, I'm on Bluetooth.
No, you're fine, man.
All right, so with that smell, sometimes out by Auburn, I swear I can smell that landfill during a hot summer day.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. That's what the complaints are, not only
Hot
from
garbage.
that one.
Yeah.
All right, so Danny, who's the person? How do you determine what is an unreasonably offensive odor that they're going to do something about?
All right, I think what you should do is you should get like 20 people off the street, put them in a room with the smell. If people start throwing up, unreasonable.
Okay, so it's like a jury of your peers, but with their noses.
Oh.
Yes.
Stank court.
All right, that's Stank Court.
I would watch that in the afternoon on Channel 8. Dun,
Yeah.
Stank
For
court.
example, for me, I love the smell of exhaust.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
that
know-
might make
I know
somebody else
Kimmy
sick.
doesn't.
No, I was just going to say, I think some people, that may make somebody else sick, who maybe not used to it or just doesn't like the smell.
Yeah, and Danny, just out of pure concern for you, because you seem like a good guy, stop huffing exhaust, bud.
Oh, No, it's because I don't like catalytic converters.
Okay.
They make my car go slow.
Danny, I'm going to let you go, buddy, but thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day. There goes exhaust huffing Danny. All right, let's take a break.
Okay.
We do have to talk about, just after 9 o'clock, a shocking list that Rochester was near the top of.
Oh.
We're
bad?
we're in one of the best places in America right now.
Oh, it was a good shock.
We'll tell you about it. But before we get there, Kimmy, if your phone gets dropped in the toilet by accident, the first move you're supposed to make to save it is?
I would guess you try to retrieve it.
Okay, we have to.
I don't know what you're saying. The first. Oh, like if you're trying to save it.
Yeah. I would put my hand in the toilet and get the phone back.
I thought that's what you were asking.
No, the phone's
You said
wet.
the first move you make when you drop your phone in the toilet.
The phone is
to get
wet.
it back.
The phone's wet.
Okay, what do you do to save the phone?
I think the toilet threw her off a little bit.
Why am I dropping it in a toilet?
A lot of people drop their phones in the toilet. All right.
Okay.
Bottom line is the thing we've all done to try and dry our phones in the past.
Oh.
Apple is now screaming, "Stop doing it!"
Tommy was confused too.
It doesn't work?
We'll get into it next to the break room on CMF. You're standing over the toilet. You're over the sink full of water.
Oh, sure.
All of a sudden, your phone falls out of your pocket. Kerplunk. It's over.
Yeah.
Unless you pull this emergency room move that has been tried and true for decades now, which Apple is now screaming at people, stop doing right away.
Oh, so it doesn't work or it ruins it?
The second one.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF, just after 9 o'clock. Our asses are planted firmly in one of the best places to live in the United States.
No kidding.
And there are going to be people surprised by this list that Rochester made. What is more interesting, however,
what's that?
Is all of the reasons why we're in one of the best places in America to live are also the reasons we hear Rochester residents constantly complain.
Oh, that's a weird take.
We'll get into it just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Apple is begging people to stop putting their iPhones in rice when it gets wet.
Well, yeah, because you went from the toilet to the rice, and now dinner's ruined.
Don't laugh at that. Make him be better.
That is weird, though, because I would think that's one of those things where I would see that and be like, well, I guess it can't hurt to try.
Okay, so actually it can now hurt. So back in the day with the older versions of the iPhones, it did actually work.
Okay.
But why? I never understood the logic behind it.
Yeah, rice absorbs the water.
Bingo.
Okay.
Yeah. It takes the water out
I
of the
just
phone.
wouldn't think it could even would even affect like the grooves of the phone where the water's stuck in. But
No, I mean, it just absorbs it out, I guess. And look, it was always a long shot anyway, right? Like that was the last case scenario.
But they're saying this is bad.
Yes. So according to experts, according to Apple, when it comes to new iPhones, they are now more technologically advanced than they were in the past. Some can even handle certain levels of water and get that water out itself.
It does?
Yes.
God damn,
or block it from coming in. Maybe?
Well, like I have an Apple Watch.
Ooh.
It's like the lowest,
I
cheapest
have
version.
an Apple Watch.
But the like I could put it on water mode, and it says on the phone when I take it out of water mode, like where it's submerged in water, it's like drying the inside out.
Oh.
I don't know if it's actually happening.
Okay.
But what Apple is saying now is because the phone can handle the water itself, the small rice particles getting in your phone will do more damage than the actual water inside your phone.
So what do I do if I really dunk my phone?
That they don't say.
Oh, thanks, Apple.
Well, okay, no, here's what,
that's a great thing.
Here's what you can do. I don't know if we're talking dunk-a-dunk.
No, let's say you drop it in the tub. Like it goes deep.
All right, it says,
submerged.
Dry cloth, tap the phone gently to, quote, drain the water from the ports, leave the phone in a dry area with airflow, avoid putting cables until it's completely dry.
So let it sit and just dry out, basically.
You got it. But
Like,
they say,
like an alcoholic.
they also say don't put in a foreign object such as a cotton swab or a paper towel into the connector, and don't put the phone in a bag of rice because rice particles will get in the phone.
What if I put it in a bag of rice and shake it?
That would probably be the worst thing you can do.
I've also heard people say that they put it in the freezer to dry it out.
How would that dry it out?
It would just freeze the water. You still have to dry it out.
Thank you, Bill Nye.
I mean, I would rather put it in the microwave, but that's probably not a good idea.
No, I wouldn't put. Oh,
I don't know. I've never
Slowly.
tested that.
Just slowly.
I kind of want to see what happens when you put an iPhone in the
It
microwave.
destroys your house. I'm guessing everything blows up. Oh, yeah, think how toxic these things are.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
They are. I mean, they're full of like metals I can't pronounce.
I'm glad how you caught
They got the rare earth.
I'm glad you caught yourself in the middle of that sentence because you weren't going to make a joke in the beginning. You were going to try and be sincere, and you remembered, oh, I'm an idiot, and then you went for the joke at the end. Part of me, with Apple now yelling at people to stop putting their phones in rice when they get wet, kind of thinks this is a big scheme to get people to ruin their phones and buy more phones.
Oh, could be.
Just think it kind of feels that way, right? Because we've been doing this for years, and it's worked, right? There are people that have done this, right? And Apple's like, oh, wait a minute. We can't sell more phones if you're drying out phones with rice.
Conspiracy.
Man, it kind of feels like it's
okay.
Kind of a little bit.
Yeah.
I also don't know if I have a newer enough phone where it's going to get water out of my phone because that was not a selling point when they got me this phone.
Well, I've had this phone so long, I don't know what number it is.
I also don't. Kimmy, how do you find
Because I'm due for a new phone.
I think you can look in your settings.
Okay.
I think it'll tell you.
Because mine's all cracked and crap.
Are you talking about your phone or your face? I have an iPhone 13 Pro. Is that a good one or a bad one?
That's a high. That's
Is
a high
it?
end.
Are you sure?
I think
I'm
that's one
like
of the
an
newer
8.
ones.
Is it?
I think I'm like an 8
You don't
or
have
9.
an 8.
I think I'm an 8 or 9.
No, you can go into settings and look. What number are we on right now?
12 or 13.
I know we're over 14.
Okay,
14?
I thought we were at like 16.
Yeah.
16?
I can't even tell anymore. Not that it matters. It all does the same stuff. Like, I'm too old now to even want to use all the features that they advertise on the phone.
Well, most of it's the camera, and I don't care. You can make your own movie now. Okay, Scorsese.
Yeah, take that.
I'm not making a goddamn movie. Oh, what, my ass?
What happens if you want to make a movie about rice? And you got all kinds of problems.
Oh, a rice movie?
Yeah.
All right.
It is funny when they show you all the cool features you can have, like you're going to go produce your own film.
Well, no, Kimmy, there was a point in my life, 15 years ago when these phones were first coming out where I'd see the feature and be like, oh, man, that's so cool. I want to do that.
But you don't use them.
Exactly. But remember when
just in case.
No, remember when they did that thing where you could, talk and it was like a cartoon that would talk like you and you could, text it to people?
Yeah, it made your emoji or whatever.
That was 10 years ago that first debuted? And I saw that and I was like, I want that. I want to do that.
Have you ever used it once?
Only to send it to my daughter, and she thought it was stupid. And that was
annoying.
That was the kind daughter, so I never did it again. One time. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll start bringing that back.
The only reason I need a phone now is because it's all cracked.
What?
And stuff.
Didn't you say that people with cracked phones are busted ass?
I'm busted ass. Well, it's an old phone, man. I'm constantly dropping it, man.
Yeah, I would go to a doctor about that.
He can't fix my phone.
So believe it or not, if you can hear our voice, you are planted in one of the best places to live in America, highly best.
So what makes us so great?
Well, that's just it. The reasons they give that make where we are so great are the same things we hear people complaining about on a daily basis.
So it's like a love-hate.
I don't know. It could be that.
All right.
It could also be about perspective.
Ooh, perspective.
And we'll get into it. You're not going to believe this.
All right.
Next to the break room. On 96.5 WCMF. Life is all about perspective, Tommy.
Oh, okay.
Something that's a problem for you could be a dream for somebody else. And that seems to be what we have here today.
So what we got?
Well, there are folks throughout the greater Rochester area who hate this place. It sucks. It's not what it used to be. And they're going to get out of here the first chance they get.
Okay.
Which is strange, considering the big-time accolade our region just got.
So what we get?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. Just after 9:25, 9:30, we talk about the changes in this area.
Yeah.
One of the big changes was the legalization of marijuana a couple of years ago.
Oh, yeah, Greentown.
And one of the biggest fears was after marijuana was legalized, you're going to have a bunch of high people driving around, getting in all kinds of trouble. And it turns out not only were those fears possibly unfounded, it's gone the other way.
Oh, really?
And we'll get into it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. Rochester, New York was just named a top 10 place to live in America.
Damn.
By U.S. News and World Report.
That's one of your top regs.
That's America, baby.
Yeah, but that's like a Smart Guy magazine.
Actually, I don't know if that's true. It could be like USA Today.
No. It's like Smart Guy.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're number 9.
That's ridiculous.
Is that surprising to you?
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, just based on taxes, weather. I guess they're not saying Rochester, the town. They're talking like the region.
So no, it seems based on this, based on the way it's written, the greater Rochester
the metro area.
So it says Rochester, New York,
right,
but it
so
seems like suburbs included.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, because we have nice suburbs.
Okay.
We do.
We also have nice parts of the city.
But the city also struggles in a lot of areas, so I would think it would bring that down.
Would you?
Yeah.
The place you don't live and spend 4 hours in one neighborhood in?
No, but if you got bad and good, sometimes the average could be brought down.
Yeah, and like Kimmy's on the phone right now, but she lives in the city of Rochester.
My point exactly.
What are you talking about?
You got these women running around, no makeup, they don't comb their hair. It's hurting us.
Kimmy lives in one of the hottest zip codes in America.
Till she moved in. not so hot. They call it the Flatlands.
So here's...
I'm getting them all in right now.
So yeah, you coward-ass, hiding-ass, bitch-ass bitch.
You know.
So look, we know people are moving in based on the discussion we had yesterday of $1 million homes in Rochester all of a sudden.
But what makes us a top list?
So you may be wondering why.
Yeah, like quality of life.
Okay,
so... That to be a part of it.
They say it's big for families. That was one of the biggest selling points in this thing.
It means it doesn't cost as much.
Low cost of living and high-ranking schools.
All right.
For everyone else, they cite affordability in Rochester, New York.
Right.
Quote, the cost of living in Rochester is significantly lower than the national average. So when considering education...
So you hit a pothole.
Considering education, affordability, and crime, which they list as issues in this thing, Rochester is one of the best places to live in the entire country, which is strange. Because if there are 3 things that people in Rochester complain about the most...
What's that?
Everything is too expensive.
Right.
This place is a crime-ridden hellhole.
Yeah.
My kid's school doesn't know what the hell they're talking about. We just had that discussion this morning. You see it all over social media. 3/4 of the letters that we get here involve people complaining about something of that sort. This place sucks.
I guess because it's so... The weather has to play a role. And the people
weather is not
hate
cited
it. No,
at
I'm saying
all.
like in our psyche that this place sucks.
Oh, you're saying like just mood-wise.
Right, because, it's dark and cold for 7 months of the year.
Okay, but
more to complain about.
Weather would cause people to complain about their kids' school, about the crime,
He might have a point, especially like certain times of the year when you're kind of trapped inside. You don't really have a whole lot going on, so maybe you're paying more attention to those things.
Okay.
Which would cause you to see faults.
Interesting theory. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. With Rochester being named a top 10 place to live in America, is it the article that is right, U.S. World and News, the writers of this article? Or do the folks who live here and love to bitch and moan really know what living here is all about? 252-WCMF. Who's right here, Tommy? Because if you polled 100 Rochesterians, how many do you think would believe this is a top 10 city in America to live?
Because everybody thinks where they live sucks. And everybody thinks somebody else has got it better than you.
Okay.
Because I remember when we...
If there was only a phrase we could use to boil that down quicker, maybe about grass and a color grass is and a side in which that grass would be different.
Well, the grass is all covered right now.
It's not. It's not even snow, you idiot.
No, but this...
It's like 50.
Very grimy out.
You were saying, I'm sorry.
No, I just think people always think other people have it better than you.
Okay.
But the thing, there's probably somebody walking around Honolulu today going, this place sucks.
Is Honolulu near Honolulu?
He's right outside. He can't even get in. But, there's people in Miami today that are walking around going, I hate this place.
Too many people.
Kimmy,
Because once the shine wears off of something,
okay,
you starting to think it sucks.
Fair enough. Kimmy, do you believe that Rochester, New York is a top 10 place in America to live?
I think there are things we take for granted here that you would.
You fence-sitting?
No, but
bitch.
I do, because I think that things that you think wouldn't bother you, you would go somewhere else to be like, okay, no, this sucks. Like, take me back home now.
Okay.
There's that comfort of home. It's hard for me to say because I grew up here. So there's that comfort of living here and a comfort of like, this is kind of what I'm used to.
But you've lived other places. You've spent time in other places.
Yeah, but I guess not long enough to really get a feel for being an adult in those places.
Okay. All right. Don't you wonder what kind of experience the people who hate living here in Rochester have outside of Rochester? And if something bothers you about living in the greater Rochester area, look, we're not here to tell you it's unfounded. You feel the way you feel.
Right. You have a right to your feelings.
And we can't control what scares you, right? But the way you feel, but at the same time, Rochester is so high on this list because you're comparing it to other places, right? Like Rochester was being compared to other cities.
Right.
And that could be the difference here. Compared to actual American cities, Rochester ranks high. Compared to the imaginary city that people have in their head that Rochester should be, some folks hate it.
You're always going to lose to that imagination.
Yeah.
Because the fantasy's always going to be better than the reality, right?
And I think even if you've been to those places that you say you would want to live in, it's different being a tourist in those places.
On vacation.
On vacation, taking time off and visiting than it is to actually, spend your life there.
Well, you said it. I mean, Tommy, you witnessed this with people that moved down to Florida when you were a kid.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
after a month.
They got the blues. They started getting they hated there was no change this season. And I think people have a vision of people that live in Florida go to the beach every day, own a boat, and golf. And I have two brothers that do. Well, one owns a boat, and the other one doesn't go on the beach. My brother lives on the water. I don't think they've been to the beach in 15 years. Well, it's about a minute drive.
No kidding.
Yeah. Because it's just always there. He's not on vacation. And they're both retired.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. With this news that we have, that U.S. News and World Reports named Rochester a top 10 city to live in America, the greater Rochester area.
Yeah.
They cite high-ranking schools, low cost of living, crime, affordability, a whole bunch of other stuff in here. Kimmy, if you were to rate Rochester on Yelp out of 5 stars, what rating would you give Rochester?
There's always room for improvement, so I'm going to go 3.5.
Whoa, not even 4 stars. It's the top 10 city in America, and you're not giving it 4 stars.
Yeah, I think it's hard to. I don't know what I'd give 4 stars to. I'm a tough critic.
Okay. Tommy?
Yeah.
Out of 5 stars, Rochester gets.
Because I'm gonna base it on my experiences, right?
Sure, yeah.
So I live in one of the nicest towns in this area.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
And I have access to everything.
Oh, look at this guy.
Very close. So I would give it 5 stars.
So you're a 5-star Rochester guy.
I didn't think you would say 5 stars.
But I'm basing it on my lifestyle.
Okay.
Where I live.
Yeah.
So I live in a really nice, affluent area. I'm the poorest guy there. Not even my house, according to some people.
Oh, look at you. It's weird you're changing your tune because there's some ghetto in Pittsford. There's some busted-ass, trashy-ass places in Pittsford.
But,
one time we saw a guy with hole in his jeans.
But your neighborhood where you grew up, it was a little bit different.
It was, no, I enjoyed the neighborhood I grew up in.
But you didn't know any better.
I know better now. I would be fine raising my kids in that neighborhood.
Are you kidding me?
Dead ass.
With the goddamn jets flying overhead, the fumes, the hole in the roof.
The hole would be fixed, obviously.
Daddy not home.
Are we doing a soul song that Elvis is covering? Is that what's happening?
But you know what I'm saying? Like, I guess everybody's experience is different, but I would say Rochester probably has some of the nicest suburbs in the country.
Okay.
We have a lot of nice stuff. We also have a lot of problems.
But what place doesn't have problems?
True, but it seems like Rochester, you're a 15-minute drive from 2 different worlds.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, you can make an argument you're a 15-minute drive from 4 different worlds. You can go from the center of the city to the country in 15 minutes. You can go from a really high-end part with $1 million homes to one of the poorest.
A lot of different lifestyles.
Yeah. In a matter of 5.
It's very condensed.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong about that. And, you bring up an interesting point when it comes to rating a community because the greater Rochester area is a pretty big place.
Yeah.
And you're right, just from town to town, as we see with where they wine in on Tuesdays, things can change drastically. Like, what is U.S. News and World's reports? What's the image in their head when they close their eyes and think of living in the greater Rochester area? Is it middle of the road, like Irondequoit, Henrietta, towns like that?
Okay.
Is it higher end, like Fairport, Pittsford, Perrington? Is it more working class, like Gates and Greece? What is it?
Well, the majority of the people, like the biggest suburb would be Greece.
Sure.
So that would probably be like the one you would look at.
And even Greece, depending on what part of Greece you're in.
Very
drastic.
You have
because it extends to the lake
to West Side millionaires.
No, you're right. Yeah, I mean which
means you have about $750,000.
I bet you there are more $1 million homes in Greece than anywhere in Rochester.
You
on
think?
The water?
Oh, up on the lake.
Those big ass builds, Kimmy. You remember out in the Grilton area?
Yeah, it's
big
possible.
ass.
All right.
Maybe I'm just throwing
But
it out
then,
there.
but then you got Victor's not Victor part of it.
Yeah, Greater Rochester. I think they count Monroe County and like the 4 surrounding
Because
counties.
Victor got some like estates.
Victor got some like estates.
Bro, you were telling like tennis
and
courts.
new estates.
But I'm telling like tennis courts and stables.
Greece also has that.
You have not spent much time in Greece. Greece, I mean,
I don't want to look at a West Side stable, man. What kind of half-ass knockoff aftermarket pony you ride?
Aftermarket pony with ground effects on it?
One eye's bigger than the other. Sway back bitch.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Rochester named a top 10 place to live, number 9 by U.S. World and News reports. They say the cost of living is low. They say the schools are good. They cite the crime rate, which people seem to complain about. They're scared of it.
Yeah, we just had that whole Kia thing, man.
Okay, everyone in America had the
that's
Kia
affected
thing.
a lot of
I
places.
thought we were like worse in some areas, though.
Possibly.
Is it Desiree?
Yes.
Let's talk to Desiree. Hey, how's it going? You're on CMF.
How are you?
Good. How are you? What do you got?
I'm good. So I didn't grow up here. I grew up on Long Island, and I moved here in my early 20s when I came to visit my friends, and I've stayed and raised my family here. And I can tell you, absolutely, it's one of the best places to live. Like in terms
Why'd you
of
have to leave Long Island, woman?
Woman, what are you?
You know she had to run from the island, man.
She had to run from the island.
She got in trouble.
Desiree, did you get in
I
trouble?
did not get in trouble.
Okay.
No, I didn't get in trouble. I couldn't afford to live there. Like, I could not afford to live there.
All right.
But around here, like, our house was cheaper. There's accessibility to everything. We can go downtown and take the kids to the Strong Museum. You don't have to pay for parking. You don't have to take the train to get to somewhere. You can go to all the minor league games and hockey games. We have all of those things here. Buffalo's only an hour and 15 minutes away. You
There's a
have
selling
an
point.
airport here.
Desiree, let me ask you, how long have you been here for?
I've been here for 20 years.
And you moved here just because your friends were here and you liked it?
Yes, I came to visit, and I wanted to leave Long Island, and I came to visit, and I liked it, and I decided to stay.
Damn. Did you meet your husband here? Or I'm assuming, are you married?
Yeah, I'm married. Yeah, we met at college, but he's from here.
Okay. Oh, so he dragged your
And
ass
now my
back
parents moved here. And then
Wait, you moved your
from
parents
Long
here?
Island. Yeah, they moved here.
After you moved here?
Yeah, they moved here about 5.5 years ago.
Damn.
What a weird ass story that is.
Well,
I don't know
she
if it's
sold
that
a ton of
uncommon.
it. I mean,
I guess.
Yeah, because it's because of all of those things. It's cheaper to live. There's lots of things like so you have like a city, but it's not like New York City where things are inaccessible and super expensive, and you have everything you need. Like, the only thing that's missing for me is the ocean.
yeah, but we got Lake Ontario. It's like
Oh, it's
Ocean
beautiful.
Junior,
Totally.
right? I mean, it's
Yeah.
pretty much it.
Yeah, no, that's crap. But
all right,
the
so-
only thing that's missing.
So, Desiree, if you were Yelping Rochester, out of 5 stars, you would give it.
I would give it a 4.5.
You don't even wait, Dad. You don't even get 5, Desiree.
Well,
you moved
she
here.
said there are things that she
I know,
misses.
I know.
I gave it a
If Lake
5.
Ontario was the ocean, I would give it a 5.
All
How,
right.
about, how many times were you going in the ocean in Long
I
Island?
don't know. You have access to a
all
lot
the
of.
time, all summer. We spent the summer on the beach. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why she had to leave.
Desiree, thank you for the call. I really appreciate
You're welcome. Thank you. Have a good day.
it. You too. Bye. There's your perspective.
South Shore Beach Bunny had to split early in life.
Shut up.
You know, bro.
It is always funny to me too. People.
Mom, Dad, I gotta leave.
People have this idea like there's like a lack of activities here compared to people that live in like big cities. But I do find that the longer especially people I know that live in those big cities, the more they literally just stay to like the neighborhood they live in. Like it's not often, to your point, about your brothers not going to the beach. They even really branch outside of like the small area that they live in.
Sure.
So they don't even really take advantage of the activities and options where they live because it's not convenient.
My brother's rich. He's lived in South Florida since he graduated college. Right?
Okay.
Has access, and they like to go out and eat, right? So you would think South Florida, where do you think they go out and eat? And they go out to lunch every day.
Olive Garden?
Is it a chain?
Chinese takeout.
I get
Chinese
that.
buffet.
Oh,
They go to
okay.
Chinese buffet.
Bro, I'm totally with him on that. That's
Yeah.
cool.
No, but like they like. I always think seafood, nice. Sit on. They go inland to a strip mall next to the gym, and they go to a Chinese buffet.
Nothing beats Chinese buffet. Nothing beats Chinese buffet.
Yeah, but you got options, man.
Yeah, no, but if one of the options is Chinese buffet, that
Chinese buffets are nice if it's not sunny out.
So after we talked to Desiree there, and she moves here having just visited friends, and she puts down roots, and
Right.
she loves it, and she gives it a 4.5 because Lake Ontario is not the ocean. There is a massive opportunity right around the corner
What's
for the
going on?
greater Rochester area. Well, the eclipse is just a few weeks away.
Oh yeah.
Story on News 8 yesterday talked about how ridiculous the hotel situation is right now.
So are they selling out?
Was it the Hyatt downtown, Kimmy, that's been
I didn't
sold
see
out
the
for 2 years?
specific hotel, but I know that right now the hotel rooms in general are tough to come by.
So the numbers they're pushing seem a little far fetched.
I went and looked for myself. It's
No,
true.
but they're saying like the number of people that are expecting to show up
Apparently,
here.
they've already booked it.
But they're saying like you won't be able to move in town.
That's what we've been telling you.
No, it's going to be like
Traffic.
Woodstock full of like sky jockeys.
They're
Why is it
basi-
a bad thing to be prepared for that, just in case it happens?
I want to get around.
Oh, where are you going? You got nowhere to
I
go.
want to go to Wegmans. I got to get to Dunkin'.
You could do that the day before.
Dry cleaning, shoe guy.
You're going to go your cobbler on the day of the eclipse?
I go once a month to get them shined
Okay,
up.
I'm not going to have this argument with you right now. What I'm getting at is
What's scuffy?
I believe it was the Hyatt has been sold out for
The
2 years.
downtown one,
Yeah,
yeah.
2 years. Even middle of the road hotels in the suburbs are going for $1,000 a night, and I looked it up
Oh my
myself.
God.
It's true, $1,000 a night for like a
who?
For like an extended stay
No
Marriott.
way.
Hand to
$1,000.
Go look for yourself, Dick.
She's at the yellow.
No, like I saw it on the thing, and I was like, oh,
So
that's.
could there be 2 to 3? Because they were saying things like hundreds of thousands of people in Rochester.
I don't know.
Where are you gonna put them?
The hotels that we just told you
No,
about?
but you don't have that kind of hotel room. So are they sleeping in their cars?
We have talked about this multiple
Are they crapping in
times.
the? Where are they going to the bathroom?
Are they crapping in the streets? Worst Bowie song ever. Cross the nation, crapping in the streets. What I'm saying here before you went off on your crazy ass, no.
Well, they just seem like ridiculous numbers.
We will have at least tens of thousands of tourists here.
Yeah.
What if some of them decide they want to stay? If we roll out the red
By
carpet,
the way,
everyone-
you can't get a house. Where you staying?
oh no, I mean, but if they're coming from other places, that's more expensive. What's $400,000, $500,000 to them?
Oh.
You can get a house for $400,000 or $500,000.
Well, now that they show up, because that house is going to be worth way more than that now.
So, and it's a good question. Like,
It's
what
going to drive prices up.
what do we want, right? Because you want
You want people to know that it's great here, right? Like if you're from here.
But they're going to run up everything.
well,
They are. They're going to run up all the price. You're going to be paying $15 for a carton of eggs.
got these filthy out of towners coming in, running up prices.
Not in my town.
Taking our jobs.
Try that in a small town. Get out of here.
No, but
Long
like-
Island.
On one hand, the more people you have coming from out of town, the better, because not only is it diversifying like jobs that are here in town, it's
Yeah.
more people paying property taxes, right? A rising tide floats all ships.
Right, but you get everybody.
You're right. Well, what does that mean?
You get nice people, you get the rough.
Well, yeah.
And you get the sketch.
No, I understand.
Everybody shows up. It'd be nice if we all had nice people.
That's not what you.
I don't know.
The negative, what I was getting at,
Okay.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
is if you have these people coming from more affluent areas where the cost of living is higher and they look at this and go, this is brilliant, you're right. Eventually, it's going to raise the price of
It
everything
will.
for us. We're seeing that happening with the housing right now. So, like, do we want those people here if we had a choice? Or do we want those people to not know about
But then you're
Rochester?
going to have more traffic. I mean, all the things you love
The
are going
conveniences.
to start getting
yeah.
tainted because it's going to get clogged up.
It would be tainted love, is what you're saying.
Very tainted love.
You would feel like you would want to get away.
I forgot how that song
I'm doing the song for you now.
You know what we need? We need to get that big sign.
What's that?
So I got a buddy of mine. He's got a sign business.
Yeah?
Yeah. Palladino sign.
Yeah.
Buddy of mine, Joey, he's got the sign, big neon sign says, "Town's full." Okay.
All right, let's take a break. One of the biggest changes of the last couple of years in the state of New York, in our area.
What's that?
Legalization of marijuana.
Oh, yeah.
And all these years later, they're still trying to sort out issues. There was problems this week about folks that are still trying to get their businesses open, folks that have their businesses open, still looking for direction. They're trying to figure out what is going to be okay and not okay when they release the ability to grow marijuana legally at your own house.
Oh.
But one of the biggest concerns, Tommy, from folks that were anti-legal marijuana.
What's that?
You can't tell who's driving while high.
Okay.
There's no sobriety test for it. And they predicted that this would cause a massive problem.
A slow one, but yes.
This is the most surprising story of the day. Because at least according to these numbers, not only did it not cause a massive problem.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? It may have actually gone the other way.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This story doesn't make any sense.
What happened?
Unless we dig a little deeper, which we do here with our investigative journalism here in the break room.
I'm in.
And by investigative journalism, I mean citing other stories that tell us information. Because one of the biggest concerns from folks that were anti-legal marijuana in the state of New York is that when it was legalized, we were going to have a bunch of people driving high all over the place. And it seems, Tommy, not only was that fear unfounded, it's actually gone the opposite way.
So it's helped things?
Yes.
Okay. That's great.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. So for those who don't know, there is no sobriety test for marijuana.
Which was shocking.
But it's almost impossible to do. Like, the sobriety test for alcohol measures the alcohol in your blood.
Right.
Like currently, they can tell at that moment, most of the time.
How drunk you are.
Bingo. Yeah. You got it. With marijuana, it's impossible. Now, they can see that you've smoked marijuana based on like blood or hair or urine tests within the last couple of days, but there's no way to tell definitively in a court of law if you are high the moment that the cop has pulled you over. And look, that was a legitimate concern that folks could be driving high, playing it off. If you take them to court, now you just have one person's word against another person's word.
So what we got?
So, the fear was, Tommy, you're going to have a bunch of high-ass, hippie-ass, pot-smoking-ass losers.
Left turning.
That's right.
Toki Tokes.
Story in the D and Toki Tokes?
Left turning Toki Tokes.
Story in the Democrat and Chronicle says that since marijuana was made legal in New York State, arrests for driving under the influence of drugs has declined.
Now, why? Because they're just smoking pot now?
We don't know. So in 2021, there were 2,225 arrests made for what they call drugged driving. Last year, there were 1,171.
So they think it's related to the marijuana.
It's only since.
So are people now medicating with weed that they were using?
Oh, that's a good question.
Other things.
I don't know. That's a good question. But medicating with weed would still cause you to get pulled over for driving while drugged or, driving under the influence of drugs.
Yeah, but you're not an aggressive driver, probably.
Okay, I know you have this idea that being high and driving is okay, and it's not.
You're just going to the convenience store?
It's not okay. It is not okay.
You're getting them puffy Cheetos and coming right back.
What are you talking about? By the way, everyone knows the crispy Cheetos are better than the puffy Cheetos.
Shut up. Crispy Cheetos are for poor people.
You're an idiot.
That's poor man Cheetos.
No, puffy Cheetos are the poor people's Cheetos.
Yeah, there's so many knockoff brands of puffy Cheetos.
There's no crispy Cheeto knockoffs. No.
Chester Cheeto.
You're
I'm
wrong.
telling you, puffy Cheeto.
No. If you poor, you eat knockoff puff Cheetos. And I know this as a boy who ate a lot. My fingers were constantly orange from puffy Cheetos.
So was his penis.
I guess.
It looked like a Roco.
But that's only because I kept putting my penis in the bag of the Cheetos. I don't know if there's a legitimate explanation for this. By the way, the last 2 years, the numbers have been around 1,770 in New York State for arrests driving while drugged, whereas, again, they were up over 2,225 the year before. Does anybody have any idea why there would be a decline in arrests for driving under the influence of drugs since marijuana was made legal? So you believe it's people are taking less prescription medication, but it would still be drug driving.
Right, but you're not getting... But I guess it's easier to drive under the influence of marijuana, so you're not getting pulled over.
Don't say that because that's not true either.
Well,
it's easier. Like you just say the most reckless stuff in the history of the world.
Like you try out your cell phone in the microwave quickly.
I'd like to float a theory.
All right.
And again, I'm just taking a shot in the dark.
Me too.
Could it be that folks were smoking in their cars more when it was illegal because that's one of the few places you can go and hide and be away from everywhere else, which led to more driving while smoking?
Okay, so you were hiding out.
Well, yeah, now that you can smoke it out in the open and there isn't a need to hide it under fear of being arrested, you don't need to lock yourself in your car.
All right. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Right, because, I mean, Kimmy, everyone knows.
Yeah, that's true.
Those people that would go on a drive to get high where no one else. Yeah, that was going to see them. And that's a very dumb thing to do. That would make a little bit of sense.
Okay.
But could it
be. So
you
had less people behind the wheel.
Could it be enough where you would see that significant a drop in the arrests of drug and driving?
Right.
That's all I got. That's the best explanation I come up with. 252 WCMF. Because, again, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
No, it doesn't.
And, I mean, I guess it could be just a coincidence, but back-to-back years around the same number, lower than before marijuana was legal.
Right. This is good.
Yes, no, it is good. I mean, it means that one of the legitimate concerns may have been not the concern that we thought it was, right? Although, I mean, when it comes to anecdotal stuff that you see with your own eyes and smell with your own nose, there are lots of people who believe there are more people that are smoking and driving.
Really? But that's just based on...
I just think you smell it more in the air, so who knows where it's coming from.
But that's your hair, honey.
Did you call her honey, you creep-ass old man? I mean, well, Kimmy, you're right. But, like, if you're on 390...
Maybe it's harder to pit. Yeah, I guess.
That ain't coming from Cobb's Hill.
All right, yeah.
I mean, you drive more in the afternoon and stuff. How many times do you see somebody burning one?
So I've
Often.
never...
Oh, yeah, but that's a CMF van.
Well, no, here's the thing. I've only seen one person
yes, you
smoking while driving.
But he was King Toke. There's a guy that's King Toke. He was King Toke.
Bro,
and it wasn't a bud either, right?
No. It was a professional piece of equipment. And like the odds that we knew this person and it wasn't anywhere where near this person lives.
Timing is everything.
I could not believe what I was seeing, but I was like, no, that makes perfect sense.
But that was King Toke.
Yes, but no, other than him, I
haven't.
No.
But I don't drive a lot in the middle of the day.
Well, I don't know. Would people be driving and getting high in the middle of the
day? Well, that's when you
Wait.
see more people. I mean, I'm not going to see it in the middle of the night or when we're driving in.
Give it till summertime when everybody's driving with their window. You're going to get more airflow through your car.
I think you're going to smell it more
down.
if you're walking around, even in parks and stuff like that.
No, yeah, sure. More people are probably smoking and not driving, and that's good.
Yeah.
But again, Kimmy, you bring up the anecdotal thing. Maybe that's another problem here is when people were smoking when it was illegal, they had their windows up and locked because if that smell got out, they were going to get
100%.
busted, right? Whereas now that they feel free to do it,
wafting.
you smell it more, but less people are doing it while driving? I
don't know.
I don't know.
This summer will be a good test.
We've had 2 summers, though. We've had 2 summers of
I
legal.
definitely noticed it last summer.
But now it's even more accessible now that these stores are open.
So that's a good point. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, according to the Democrat Chronicle, since marijuana was made legal for recreational use in New York State, arrests for driving under the influence of drugs have declined in 2 years. They're much lower than they were the year before marijuana was made legal. So you've thrown a little fly in the ointment here.
What's that?
The folks that are smoking marijuana now have been acquiring it technically illegally. At least up until a couple months ago, right? Because there wasn't a licensed cannabis shop for you to go buy it from. You weren't legally allowed to buy it from anybody else but a licensed retailer. Even growing it yourself is illegal. Don't call me technically illegal. I know nobody's arresting people for it. But now...
Like an open burn.
Yeah, we have 2 licensed retail shops in Henrietta where you can go in as an anybody over 21 person and buy it. So now that John Q. Public has more access to legal marijuana.
Heading down to Giggle Street for your weed fix.
Do we see more arrests for driving while under the influence of drugs?
It might. But people are so paranoid, too, about getting popped. You know what I mean?
Are they?
Because, like, you don't need...
Wouldn't you be less paranoid now?
Well, no, I'd be more paranoid about driving because I would be afraid they're going to make an example of me.
But I'm saying if you're...
And you don't need to... Like,
I guess.
I guess like going out, you have to go out. If you want to go out to a bar and you want to meet people, you're in your car, you're going back and forth, right?
Yeah.
But you don't need to do that with weed.
Oh, you're right. It's less social.
Right. So there's no real need for you to be behind the wheel. There's less of a need, less of an excuse to be behind the wheel burning one.
Okay.
But I would think like people are less paranoid about having it on them in general, which could lead to more
using it while driving. Well, yeah, there's no need to be paranoid unless you're bringing around.
I guess that's what I meant by being less paranoid.
But the summer's going to be, it'll be a great test.
Yeah, no, I guess you're right.
Because it's so conducive to having fun and smoking outside.
Are you doing an endorsement for marijuana?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're going to
have fun outside? Try pot. Tommy Mulay
but you're
here
gonna
for
see
marijuana.
You're going to see it all over, bro. You're gonna see.
We've been seeing it all.
No.
Where have you been?
No, they're going to be burning on the pickle court.
I know a guy.
Yeah. And you know the other one. What's the biggest boating partying activity? Is just heading out in your boat and partying, right?
Okay.
But don't you think that was happening already?
But now I could burn one.
Yeah, but
as long as I'm not skippering, I could probably burn one.
Yeah.
Because you can drink on a boat as long as you're not the pilot.
Sure. I always looked at boating as a drinking activity, not a smoking activity.
Yeah, but now I could add to it.
I still think that drinkers and pot smokers with a little bit of crossover are still two very
depending on
different
what you're
people.
doing that day. Yeah, if you're boating, I think you'd pick
Right.
Somebody might pick one or the other.
I'm going to go ahead and say there's not going to be a lot of pot smoking on the water.
Bro, there's going to be some Jamaica
ever.
Bay action going on
Jamaica
in that Ron
Bay,
DeQuaid.
Shut up.
Mom.
My wife just texted me. She never wants to see you again. Mon. We come back. Right. We wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing tomorrow next to the break room on CMF. It's going to be Rapperoo.
Alley-o, up there, Rapperoo.
For Wednesday break room CMF. That makes tomorrow or Thursday. You know what that means.
We're going to bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7 o'clock, so you don't want to miss that. Mm-hmm. Also, a crime story that we haven't seen in a long time.
Oh.
There are some places that used to be standard guy hangouts.
Yeah.
Like tough guy hangouts.
Oh, okay.
For example, if you were looking to get rowdy on a Friday night, there was a pool hall you can go.
Yeah, it's the first thing I was thinking of.
There has been a man arrested for a crime with a weapon that you would find in a pool hall. And we'll get into the story. But the fact that we haven't heard these stories recently, within the last couple of years, means one of two things.
Yeah.
Either pool players have gotten cool again.
Yeah.
Or people aren't playing pool anymore.
Well, it is an old man's sport if you think about it.
Okay, but I played a ton of pool. I went to pool halls a ton when I was like 20.
Every
21,
bar had
22.
one back in the day, but I can't think of the last place I walked into.
Okay, that is not an accurate read on how many pool tables there are. I've seen where you drink, you bitch-ass bitch. You think that a sports bar has art hanging on the wall.
No pool table.
Yeah, no, get out of here. Next to the Chateau LeBlanc 68. Where would you drink that would even consider putting a pool table in the bar?
The regular steakhouse,
Kimmy, and like you drink at like craft beer places, and I don't think I've ever seen a pool table at a craft beer place.
It's pretty rare.
So maybe it just died out because nobody wants to play anymore.
But there are still pool billiards halls across the Greater Rochester area, I think.
I can remember there was that big one up on East Ridge.
Irondequoit is the pool hall capital, billiards hall capital of
But I
Rochester.
bet you, are they still open?
I think so. I don't know.
You're talking about ones that had like 20, 30 pool tables.
You got it, yeah.
I can't think of
All right, we'll get into that, answer all the questions, and figure out which one of Tommy's bars will be the first to put a pool table in tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. Are we going to get out of the way for Kimmy?
Yep.
Who rightfully pointed out that the poor people's version of Cheetos are the knockoff Puffy Cheetos.
A lot of knockoff Puffy Cheetos out there. Don't be fooled.
But we did get a phone call in that discussion.
So a woman wanted me to let you know that there is a very accurate crunchy Cheeto knockoff at Aldi's.
Oh, your joint.
Aldi's nails it, man. I know that Tommy thinks Aldi's sucks because he never goes to Aldi's. I grew up on Aldi's. Aldi's gets really good at imitating some brands' foods.
Well, Aldi's has stepped up because they got bought out. They did.
You know too many grocery store facts.
They did.
Yeah, they did.
They're a German grocery store.
Right,
Didn't
but they got
acquire other
What's who?
Yeah.
Was it the opposite?
I thought
they
they bought other things.
places? Or was
I
it?
thought Trader Joe's and Aldi's were like same company.
I think they are.
Yeah.
Wait,
'Cause
what?
I know that they carry some of the same.
I think they
unique
bought
brands.
one bought
so I
the
don't
other.
know.
Okay, none of this matters. The fact of the matter is Aldi's is great and you don't know what the hell you're talking about. For Tommy Muley,
Ain't getting my money.
will never let a knockoff crunchy Cheeto touch these American lips. My name is Pat W. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.